Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, April the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, guys. Well, so much for a boring Monday morning. So look at XLE, guys, the main energy ETF. Of course, if you missed the news over the weekend, the Saudis are basically dropping about 1.2, I think it was 1.2 billion barrels, taking it out of production. So this has caused a huge pop in oil. Look at XLE. Remember, we were looking at XLE, I don't know, 3 weeks ago as it was sinking further and further away from the 200-day moving average. Now, it did reclaim it on Thursday and Friday, but look at this pop up here. So much for the bye-bye 200-day. Look at that. So there's no point in going over all of the oil stocks. I mean, I can't believe that stocks like Indo and GBR and USEG and a couple of the other ones, HUSA, are going to remain up there. But certainly they were pops, based on that news. You probably want to look at more traditional stocks like I'm sure Mr. Buffett is just laughing now with Oxy. All the so Oxy is through the 200-day moving average now. Million. Did I say billion? Million. Million. Did I say if I said billion barrels, I meant million. I think. Yeah, yeah. Give me one moment, please. I'm just trying to find the exact number. Yeah, so the Saudis, it's 1.2 million barrels a day, and Russia's recent cuts of 500 barrels per day added to the 2 million barrels a day that were taken off in October. And anyway, all this is supposed to last till the end of the year. So yeah, it's million, million. If I said billion, what else is happening? So there are some, I mean, AI is still alive, the company AI, stock symbol AI, still very much alive. Another one, GFAI. So I don't know if I kind of looked around at some of the other AI plays. These are the only two that I could really find that were doing something. I mean, that is really doing something. GFAI with that float, 1 million in the float, getting closer to that 200-day moving average also. So that's GFAI. I don't see any specific news for it other than the AI plays. But when I looked at BBAI as an example, I didn't see like a huge pop or anything. And I looked at SOUN, not a huge pop either. But certainly GFAI. And I don't think this is shortable for me. No, this is not shortable for me. ONCS, big drop down for ONCS on negative data. Big. Look at this, down 59% on negative data. It's a bio course after their Keytruda combo fails phase two skin cancer trial. APLS is in the news as a potential buyout. This is what the company is saying, following a media report suggesting that the company has attracted acquisition interest. May not happen, of course, but huge pop up for APLS, all time high now. APLS. VNet. This is a holding its gap. I don't think I saw any reason for this one. Yeah, I didn't see any specific reason for VNet being up like it is. We have to dive into the headlines a little bit more closely, but 131 million in the float, so it's not low float, but that's a big gap. That's a big jump right now. VTSI released earnings after hours on Friday, and there wasn't very much volume today. Yeah, not much volume, but it's a pretty big pop up here. But they did release earnings after hours on Friday. You can see the mauve area there. Excuse me, on my 15-minute chart that reflects the pop, and it's holding. So that is VTSI. And KC won't quit. Wow, KC, what a run it has been on. Still another up, another 10%, another the China stock. Look at this run it's been on for, I guess it's call it 2 weeks now. 377. This morning it got up to 1075. Yeah, ASND, big gap down. FDA sent them a deficiency letter. Look at this gap down for ASND, 38%. Burr, BUR, had a big day. I think it was halted a couple of times, I think, on Friday. And it's continuation right now. So it's above Friday's high, BUR, after court found liability against Argentina with damages expected to be awarded. I don't know. Good luck getting money out, but hey, INCR is another earnings play. INCR, another earnings play. Would gap up on earnings. They also released after hours, not on Friday, not a big reaction. The reaction is really right now. INCR. This has got some room. 260. Looks like 260 could stall it. Pali did a financing. PALI. PALI did a financing. I think it was around 264. So it's a little bit below the financing price. So had a couple of great days, and then they've sprung a financing and 264. HKit, maybe today. I don't know. HKit, of course, it started trading as HKit on Friday. In the pre-market, it got up to $10, pulled right back down to 6. Pretty decent volume. There's a China IPO. Just as I was opening the room, PYXS was moving higher here. So of course I had a great 3 days, pulled back, big pullback on Friday. Didn't see any real reason for it other than, I don't know, severe profit taking. Trying to crawl back a little bit today. And then the end of an era. Bye bye Vince McMahon. So WWE being bought by EDR. So I guess they thought the price would be higher, I suppose. So I guess it's not a done deal because they're still talking about a termination clause to be acquired for 9.3 billion. Let's see. Anyway, that's WWE, and here's EDR. I don't really know them. I don't think I've really seen their symbol before. EDR. I think it's been super active or something, but today obviously active. EDR. Let's talk a little bit about the trade of the week and how it was found this week. So the trade of the week, if I'm going to click on new doc channel bar, I'm going to click on the anchored VWAP, which of course is now an add-on. Let me see if I can find Akamai. There we go. Oops. I wonder if I can just do there we go. Okay. There we go. So Akamai. So you see what's happened here. This is this pinch. This is the daily pinch. And you can see, hopefully you can see this, there's a purple line moving down right there, purple line moving up. There's the pinch and it's broken above. Okay, see that candle on Friday? So that is why Steve chose it as the trade of the week. And of course, Akamai's got some room. $81 is the next high. If I can get through that, I'm at 88. So that is the trade of the week, and that's how it was. That's how we found it from the daily pinch. And remember, this is now an add-on. Okay, if you want to have access, and more scans are coming from Michael. Michael Noss is going to be developing more and more of these anchored VWAP scans. So if you're interested in it, it is an add-on. And here is how you can sign up for it. You now have trade ideas. Excelente, Carlos. Yeah, PRDS was halted on the way down. Oh yeah, wow, what nice pop. This is just, I guess, obviously just bottom feeding here because it did not meet the primary endpoint. That's why it got halted. Got halted. It must have been a volatility halt and moved very rapidly down. The reason being, and they're going to suspend COVID-19 drug development, et cetera, after the mid-stage trial failed. So this is just some severe bottom fishing, I guess. This small company probably doesn't do too much else. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See how many oil plays were upgraded this morning. Upgrade for Intel and Macy's, JP Morgan. Okay, we got to watch PRIM up and running. Okay, PRIM, it's an upgrade from Goldman. Once I finish typing these in, I'll get the chart up, and that is PRIM from Goldman. See if there's any effect yet. Real mentioned Sky W, yes, Goldman, Raymond James upgrade. VMC, another upgrade from Goldman, VMC. Actually, Goldman's fairly active this morning. MLM, Martin Marietta, another Goldman upgrade. Take a look at PRIM. I'm not too familiar with them. See if there's any volume yet on that upgrade from Goldman. No volume yet. And let's take a look. Wow, it's got the room though. You know, it's got some room. It's got some room. So let's see if this volume really picks up. And how about, let's see, VMC was another one by Goldman. If there's any reaction. No reaction yet. And Martin Marietta, MLM. MLM was another upgrade. Yeah, more expensive one. So no huge reaction yet. The one I'd be curious on though is the Prim, just because it looks like it has some room if it gets going. Okay, get the downgrades in now. Oops. Yeah, there's a downgrade for by Morgan Stanley for First Solar. You mentioned that. Okay, Mike. And by the way, good morning, YouTubers. And Mike, you mentioned YMAB. Actually, that's interesting. YMAB, YMAB, has a downgrade from Guggenheim. Again, not that it necessarily means anything, but just of note. OSK downgraded by Goldman. OSK, Oshkosh. Take a look at that one when I get these in. Actually, Goldman's pretty active today. Another downgrade by Goldman on AGCO. I'll take a look at that one also. Okay, guys, so I made a mistake. You're going to see from and form, okay, on the downgrades. It's just form, okay? It's just form, not, there's no from. Okay, let's take a look at AGCO, okay, a downgrade from Goldman, if this is taking effect at all. A little bit, down 2%, 2,300 shares. MTW, I think, was the other one. MTW, another one from Goldman, MTW. Again, not very much volume. This, wow, I mean, this could get interesting if the volume picks up and if it takes out 16, though. Because look at MTW underneath. There's, excuse me, a lot of room. So I maybe keep an eye on MT. In fact, just don't do it. Stick a price alert. I'm going to stick a price alert around 15.99 for MTW and see if this Goldman downgrade really takes effect. Morning, Jamie. All right, now let's take a look at the sectors, and we know what we're going to find when we look at XLE. Dock channel bar, click on new, then dock channel bar. I'm going to click on show more, and then find that sector status channel. And we should see 100%, 100%, fearless prediction. There we go. Okay, so what you're seeing here, and the market is in, other than energy, the market's going to be a little gap down. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. And just give me one moment, please. So this is the major ETF for energy, XLE. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in green, what does that mean? It means 100% of the stocks are up from Friday's close, which is no surprise with the big Saudi cut of 1.2 billion, excuse me, 1.2 million barrels per day from production. So oil prices, I think, we're an 81 a barrel now, 81 or so. So that's a big deal with XLE. Let's take a look at the rest of the nothing, consumer staples, 68%, 72% right now, materials, 73%, etc. And there's even financials, 66%. But the big deal is, I mean, look at XLE now, guys, with respect to the 200-day moving average. It's a big wow. I mean, on this day back here, not that long ago, March the 10th, it broke down through the 200-day moving average. And this has been one of the stellar performers when a lot of the other major sectors were below the 200-day. Energy had remained above it for a long time. And then again, it broke down on March the 10th, sank. Look at this. I mean, all the way down here. But look, wow, that's a big. On Thursday and Friday, it maintained over the 200-day. And look at this huge. So maybe somebody knew something about the Saudis. So let's take a look. So there's XLE. So what I like to do is create a little list of the ones that are above the 200-day now. Retail, let's take a look at retail, XRT. Touching it again, tried on Friday, getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average, but still a little bit below. Consumer staples, XLP, oops, XLP, well above it, moving away. So there's XLP, consumer staples. Macy's on this upgrade, guys. Macy's on the upgrade. Look at Macy's run here. Uh, Raised to overweight from neutral by JP Morgan. $29 price target raised from 28 to 29 by JP Morgan. And that is Macy's. You want, tell me when Macy's takes out 1922 or so. I mean, look at that. It would have the 200-day to contend with, but boy, what a run it could go on. Healthcare, XLV. Another one getting closer. I mean, this has been really a tough one underneath that 200-day for a long time, but getting closer to that 200-day moving average. Industrials, XLI. Again, that has never, well, it tried, it's back on the March 24th, it tried to get below it, but look at this, what a run from it. So that's industrials, XLI. Financials, how close are we getting? Financials, XLF. Yeah, it's still, the day we get above that 200-day moving average, it'll be a bit of an amazing day based on all the doom and gloom with the banks that we had for the last couple of weeks. Consumer discretionary, XLY, consumer discretionary. Another one that it got above that 200-day on Friday. Take a look at semis, SMH should be well above it, well above it. Yeah, well above the 200-day. That's probably the best sector. Materials, XLB. Another one moving away. So, here's the trend, guys. I think 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe even a week and a half ago, there were only two sectors above the 200-day moving average. But now look, XLC is going to be above it too. Moving away. And XLK definitely above it. XLK technology moving away. So again, for those who keep thinking we're in some kind of a bear market, well, all I can say is that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 major sectors above the 200-day moving average, and several getting closer. The ones that are under, XLV is under still, a little bit under, and look at, I mean, there it is. Excuse me, 130.35. Excuse me. 130.35 is the 200-day moving average for the healthcare sector, and look what it's at, 130.02. So wouldn't surprise me if it breaks through today. So, and of course, the SPY itself is well above the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average at 392, 408 now. It's probably should, I'm sorry, guys. I seem to be making more mistakes. It should be Pally. If I put in PAL, it should be Pally. Sorry, Denver. The add-on is 49 a month, not a one-time fee. No. Very interested to see how, I mean, it's out of my price range, but I'm interested to see how Akamai obviously in the right sector, though it has not performed. I don't really know where this goes in. I mean, I think of it as a tech stock, but I mean, it obviously is really lagged then because look at the 200-day moving average. So I don't really know I don't know where to assign this. I mean, I know it says information technology, et cetera, but To me, it's like a tech stock. And the only news on it's an upgrade. Okay. For somebody asked about sorry, for Macy's News, M News. The only news I see is it's an upgrade from 28 to 29 by JP Morgan. Okay. I don't think there's any other news on Macy's other than that. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Okay. Okay, so DMAQ, thank you, Captain. So DMAQ is still the SPAC, of course. And when, now, does it say when it's going to start trading? Well, Vorb is definitely, basically, in my opinion, they're going out of business. They basically got rid of everybody. That was on Friday or Thursday. Oh, long ways off, Q3. Okay, thank you, Captain. What do I think about CWH? Take a look at CWH. I was asked that from Frank in our YouTube room, CWH. Well, there's no volume yet, so I guess if it can somehow takes out 2114 right there, the next high would be 2184. So I mean, it's got, I mean, if you really get bullish on it, it's got this area that could possibly fill in, but there's hard to know what's going to happen. There's no volume. Had a nice day on Friday. Not an earnings play, so I'm not sure what caused that pop on Friday, other than the fact that the overall market just ripped on Friday. And as far as GRR, that was a complete and utter pump and dump. Okay. In the pre-market, this got up to, if you look here, they got in the pre-market. I guess some room got a hold of it, pumped the heck out of it, and then they announced the financing. So you guys have been talking about IC. IC is, yeah, you know what happened is there were so many stocks that were up. I mean, here's my change from the close. And there were so many stocks that were up 10%. I didn't get down to IC. Okay. There's so many. I was just looking at these top ones for a while. Hmm. No question about the IC on the breakout on the daily. I mean, it's an all-time high now. And is there any news on it though? Is there any specific news on it? PRMD. So somebody, I mean, that's the one that had the financing, canceled the financing. Now what? The financing's back. Fun and games. I mean, this is just playing around here. I don't see any news on it. All right, yeah, less than a minute for the open, guys. Yeah, 40 seconds to the open. Well, let's have a great start to this abbreviated trading week. The markets are closed on Friday, Good Friday. Okay, so and yeah, I mean, there's no real point to going over all of the different energy plays, guys. I mean, to me, I just look at XLE and see what happens for a while. XLE. Okay, there's the MTW. That's on the Goldman downgrade. Okay, so the volume is nothing yet. 2,900 shares. Okay, GFAI guys, GFAI. Yeah, I mean the Indo just got to be careful on it. I mean this is this really low float oil play that went crazy a few months ago, along with USEG. I'm seeing these. I just have my doubts they're going to continue, but take a look at GFAI. Okay, AI play SOUN. AI play SOUN through the 200-day moving average. Getting close to 3 though. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Now, if you know the proxy for this whole sector, I guess, is AI itself. So just keep, look at AI and it's starting to drift down. So Halliburton, I mean, another, energy play, Halliburton through the 200-day moving average. Next high looking left is 36 or so. Well, let's see if this KC takes out 10 again. Had a big run in the pre-market up to 1074-ish. The market, look at the market. Market is trying to get basically flat here. So opening, so wow, the Dow's big pop on the Dow. Nas is down, so a bit of a disconnect right now between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. And again, another one of these low float oil plays, HUSA, HUSA. So the tankers are getting hit a bit here, guys. The tankers are getting hit. There's Fro and Nat. And let's take a look at the airlines. Not good news for the airlines, of course, with oil prices going up. So let's take a look at Jet. Whoops, not Jest, but Jets, Jets, the West Side Story. So there's the not a huge reaction, not a huge reaction, but you would think there'd be a bigger reaction with oil prices climbing higher. Burr, guys, BUR. I'm going to stick an alert at the high of the pre-market, which is around 1248, and see if it takes that out. The high on Friday, well, it's well above that. 1187 was the high. I shouldn't say not well above it. It's just a little bit above the high on Friday. But looking at the high in the pre-market for BUR, which was about 1245-ish. Look at the SPY, guys. Wow, what a opening, big giant green candle to open so far. Early though. It is early. HRTX, I think this is a little bio. Wow, look at HRTX. No real action in the pre-market. HRTX on the move here. HRTX. It's a big float, 117 million. Ah, the CEO resigns. Wow, so he just resigned. This is obviously nothing I don't think this was planned, but the market is cheering that on. Again, how's I always wonder about that. Said it several times, when a CEO either resigns and the market pops on him, how would that make you feel? Yay, we kicked the guy out. Of course, many times when you see something like that happens, the stock tanks, but the market is cheering this resignation by the CEO of HRTX. Okay, guys, so I'm seeing Marathon, MRO, BP. I mean, there's just a ton of oil stocks, okay? Ton of oil stocks. MRO through the 200-day moving average now. Okay, let's take a look at IC. So pretty big pullback so far from 29 and got all the way back down to 20, 25.50. All of a sudden, the banks are kind of yesterday's news, but FRC is still, it's still here as a potential, trade, I suppose. Okay, so there is GFAI on really no news other than maybe the AI sector is heating up again. There's the VWAP for GFAI 868, so it's just hanging around that VWAP. There's KC now over 10, guys. KC over 10. What a run this has been on. 388 back in March 13th. 388 and it's over $10 now. At $10 right now. The VWAP is 991. Here's a cheap one, probably on the move here, guys. MVST on the move. Now, this one is not shortable for me. GFAI, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Getting, well, the 200-day moving average, that's, it's getting reasonably close. 1011 is the 200-day. It's at 9 right now. Look at this giant green candle by the SPY. Giant green candle so far. 7 minutes in, 8 minutes in, 8.5 minutes in. Wow, GFAI guys on the move here. So the after hours high on Friday got up to 1033 or so. So it actually broke through the 200-day moving average. That was on Friday. Briefly. And we have a halt now for GFAI on the way up. Halt on the way up for GFAI. It's interesting because when you look at AI, I mean, there's a bit of a bottoming tail for AI, but it's not surging right now. Bit of a bottoming tail, but it is certainly drifting down. GFAI, though, is moving higher. Another cheap oil one, Camber Energy, guys, CEI. Very cheap, 14 million in the float also. One of those very cheap oil plays with the price, with oil being in the news right now. Yeah, there's Indo. 10 wow, I these 10-day daily breakouts. Just too early for me though. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 to the 6 in the 10-day daily breakout are all energy related. Halliburton, Suncor, Marathon, and this little Indo. But this Indo, remember, very low float. Another oil play, or an energy play, CVE, through the 200-day moving average. Tech is not, well, it's a resource play, but tech, yeah, it's got a little bit of room. 4260 is the next high looking left, looks like, for tech, TECK. I mean, to me, there looks like there's a ton of resistance for this USEG, stair stepping all the way up here to 240, 250-ish. But I mean, look at that daily chart. A lot of action right at 250 for USEG. Might be really tough to get through. But you know what does have some room, guys? Suncor, SU has some room. I mean, look at the daily chart, 3428, and we're sitting at 3278 right now. So the next high looking left is 3428 through the 200-day moving average now. 3251 is the 200-day, so it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Pre-market high was around 33 for Suncor, SU. This is the other one. Trying to remember this one. Nine is another one of those really cheap oil plays that popped along with Indo and USDG. Now this one has a little more room. If it gets through 7, it's a 25 million in the float. I mean, if it somehow gets through 7, then it's got a lot of room. And again, when I keep saying a lot of room, just look left on a daily chart to see where it could keep going until it hits some major resistance. And there's a 200-day moving average at 673. So, I mean, that could easily stall it. Yeah, AI is definitely in a bit of a swoon right now, guys. Let's see if it's still positive. Yeah, it's not even positive now. Yeah, look at these the freighters, guys. EURN, another one. So EURN, FRO, and some other one, NAV, NAV, all moving down. I guess the theory might be that not as much coal to transport or something. But don't quote me on that. But they are, as a sector, they are moving down. Now, I did see also another sector that was strong this morning was the gaming sector, LVS. It was strong. Macau casino stocks rally after gaming revenue hits post-pandemic high. Okay, so LVS. Yeah, so all these freighters, DHT, another one. Now this could be interesting. DHT right at $10. Looking left, I think the next low is 950. So a little bit of room, 50 cents down to the next low. And if it took that out, that's DHT. So actually I noticed that Fro and DHT both showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown a little bit early, but it is now 9:45, so might have to take a harder look at Fro. Where's the next low looking left? 1540, oops, 15, 1458. Is that right? No. Next low is 1495. So I mean, if it can take somehow takes out 15, then the next low is 1458. I don't know. To me, there's not a ton of room. Tech continues to move here, guys. TECK continues to move. And when you look left, 4260 is the next high. Boy, if it gets through that, 4690 is the next high after that. So keep an eye on tech for sure. Maybe even like tomorrow is a huge gap up. Energy related. I have to put an alert here because that is a big gap, potential gap fill for tech if it takes out that 4260. And again, I have a price alert there. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade immediately if it hits 4260. I want to see what happens. But boy, look at that gap. 47 is the next high. Okay, NEX is showing up on a gap up and go. 200-day moving average, pretty close. 919, too close, too close. Cano on the move, CANO, huge float, 176 million in the float. Looks like there's a lot of resistance kind of where it is at financing or something on Friday. I can't remember exactly what happened here. Got all the way down to 75, closed at 90, and now it's trying to move a bit. So here's a gap up and reverse rig, the gap up and reverse. So let's take a look at XLE and let's see what's happening. XLE is still pretty strong. No big reversal yet. The VWAP is 86.56, so it's a little bit above the VWAP still. Well, GME is not doing what I wanted it to do. I wanted it to take out 22 with a vengeance, but not at all. So I guess we have to maybe flip the script. If it gets over 24, so I've got bracketed price alerts now for GME, 24 and 22 on 24 on the upside, high side, and 22 on the low side. Okay, TRMD now, guys, is now making a new, not quite a new pre-market low. We're getting close. All right, PYXS now has had is a gap up and now a gap up and reverse. Okay, gap up and reverse. Okay, there's the IC now. IC making a market high, well below the pre-market highs of 29, but it is making a market high, or was anyway. Market high at 27.16. I wish this DHT had a little more room. It's DHT to 950. The next low looking left. Same thing with the Fro. Same thing with the Fro, FRO. You know, it's got like 50 cents or so to the next lows. NAT is another freighter, NAT. So this sector is just getting beaten up right now. Pally from YouTube Room, PALI. Yeah, so they did a financing. You know, that's the reason why it's down. And the financing was at 264. So it's below the financing price. So the only thing I would do, you know, I would put an alert around the financing price and see if it gets back up there. And again, the financing was at 264. Okay, the VWAP is 26.95 for IC, so it's just a little bit excuse me, below the VWAP. I'll put an alert for it around 27.20 for IC, ISEE. So we're seeing some of these energy plays that gapped up are now reversing. Nova, boy, Nova's got some room. That's about $1 to the next low looking left. Look at the SPY guys. What a move here. Big disconnect though right now. Look at the Dow up 300, Nas is down 40. So the growth stocks versus value stocks, and the SPY is up. Okay, so BMO putting a $30 price target on SLG, the BMO in Canada, putting a $30 price target. Okay, VNet on the move now. I couldn't find any news on this one. This is a China play, 131 million in the float. That's a massive move for that float, 25%. I just don't see any specific news on it. And it's a tech stock, and yet tech is down. But how's China doing in general? KWeb, take a look at KWeb, see what's happening with China in general. No, this is moving on its own. So, excuse me, it's not like the China stocks are ripping right now. Now, to me, it looks like it's going to get into too much resistance, not that far away. This is shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers. Tons of shares, 7 million shares available. So, but it looks to me like, you know, the 415, 417 area could stall it. And that is for VNet. Hmm. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you, Captain. So that is the reason. Microsoft Teams. So it's a China version. Okay. Well, I recall you actually posted that before. Ooh, this is shortable. Terrible spread right now, but AIXI, next low looking left is 558. And this is a SPAC, probably a SPAC that turned into AIXI a few weeks ago. That's okay, Art. Too bad. This is the okay, United States Brent Oil Fund, BNO, but coming into that 200 moving average and some resistance perhaps. There's Cano, guys, is actually big recovery. I mean, this was down to 76 cents on Friday, recovered to get almost to a dollar, and now starting to move. Surges after former directors make push to oust the CEO. Another one that's moving, maybe because the CEO is getting turfed. Hmm. And there's tech, guys. I mean, tech now, 4260 was the next high. Boy, look at this next high looking left. 4690. I mean, it's almost $4 to the next high for tech, TECK. Let's see how well it holds over that high of 4260. Yeah, I mean, GFAI is just on a mission here. I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average. I don't know where it's going. All I can tell you is that the projected open is below the halt right now, but I mean that can change. But I have no idea where it's going. I mean, if you look left, the next high for it is 1237. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that is the next high. That's not a that is where the next high is. I'm not saying it's getting there. It's a question from my YouTube room. Where do I think it's where the next high is? The big deal would be to, of course, open above 1023. This blue window is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys. Well, USEG getting into that area that it could stall, but I mean, if it gets through that, I guess there's a shot to $3 for USEG. And it's all about the float now. 4.8 million in the float. So 955, it got halted at 955 plus 45 seconds for GFAI. So if it's a 5-minute halt like the last one, actually the last one was a 10-minute halt or 11-minute halt. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. It was a 5-minute halt, then it resumed. It got halted again. So 10:05, sorry, 10 o'clock plus 45 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Now, where I would take this personally, and this is certainly not a recommendation, the halt price is 10.23. If somehow when it opened, it dropped down, I wouldn't want to see like dropping down to 8 or something, but maybe a little drop, maybe under 10, and then it popped right back through the halt price. That could get me interested in taking it, but that's not a recommendation. It's just it may not happen though. I mean, it may open way above that 10.23. Right now, it's not projecting to do that, but you can see how this is changing. 10.17, and this is, you know what? I mean, this is on its own, guys. This is trading on its own in terms of the so-called AI sector because AI itself is dropping. Well, remember, relax. I mean, yeah, it had a split, yeah, reverse split on February 23rd, one for 30. It's just a trade. It's just a trade. We're not talking about marrying the stock or holding it or doing anything like that. It's just a trade. Okay, here is the resumption. So what did it do? Wow. So it did not drop below the halt price of 1023. It just absolutely accelerated from there. Might get halted again, guys. This might get halted again. It's all about the float. 1 million in the float. All right, AI has had a little bit of a reversal now. AI itself has had a little bit of a reversal. I am surprised this is not halted. I'm just looking right now. It's math, okay? It's why it's not halted. It obviously hasn't fit the conditions or met the conditions. And not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers, GFAI. I mean, the next high looking left is 12, sorry, 13, almost 14. Okay, maybe looking for a bounce here, guys. Fro, maybe it's the sell-off, the big sell-off might be over. But there's the VWAP, 1527. I'd have to wait for a VWAP break. Yeah, this is again, there's a next high is it's still got room. 1230, 1398. That's again, don't listen to me and think, oh well, it's going to get to 1398. It's just that it keeps taking out all these daily highs like nothing. This has to be halted now. This is halted now. Halt, halt, halt. This is halted now. No question about it. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I am wrong. I was looking at the bid ask at 1234 or 1235 and for a penny spread and it just stalled there. And so that typically is when you would look at that and think it's going to be halted. Well, I guess that was a pretty good one then from the 10-day daily breakout, 859. Now, how do the other ones, do these little oil plays do? Indo? No. USEG? Yeah, it's a little bit above it. IC is still struggling to get through 27 again. KC, I wanted to see if it could take out 10, but obviously this was the star from the 10-day daily breakout. Still moving. So the market's putting in a couple little topping tails now, at least one. The previous 15-minute candle, big topping tails, a bit of a sell-off. Buyers are trying to get back control. A little bit of room for costs, little bit, KOS. It's an energy play. Big float. Another energy play, BRN, cheap one. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, the horrible looking weekly chart. Looks like there's some resistance all over the place. No, look at this one, LICY. This is shortable for me also. LICY is shortable for me. It's just gone negative, and you look left, and the next low looking left is around $5, 509. So there is some room there. Yeah, this looks wow. Okay, now look at AI, guys. AI now having a pop here. AI having a pop. Some couple of bottoming tails right there. And now it's having a pop. Pre-market high was still $2 away from that pre-market high for AI. Are stocks easy to start? I've looked doing it a while ago, but never understood much of it. Okay, well, nothing is easy. I mean, it takes, you've got to put the time and effort into it. What I can show you is something that might help you get started anyway, just because you're going to have to understand, markets and market-based candlestick patterns, things like that. So if you click on my homepage link, I'm talking to somebody in our in our trade, the questions section. If you click on, sorry, my homepage link, and then you click on Trading 101, okay? I think that'll get you started. You're going to have to have some basic knowledge before you start trading. So I think if you take that, it's a course that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. Okay, and there's I think there are about 30 odd videos. You don't have to look at every one of them, but I would absolutely do that before you do anything else. Okay. Is it only the money that you invest that you can lose? Well, yeah, in theory. So if you put $1,000 into a stock and you don't have any stops at all, I mean, this is getting way above your knowledge level, but I mean, yeah, you put $1,000 in a stock and it goes to zero, you'll lose $1,000. Yes, but you have to understand. But I would take a look at those videos. Okay. Meanwhile, GFAI did not, it had a pullback and then it just exploded. 1398 is the next high. I mean, it's still about $1 away from there. Yeah, this is just ridiculous, though, right? As we speak, this is just ridiculous. I mean, the GFAI. There's no news on it other than the fact that it's in the sector, the AI sector. So, Reddit groups around the world are, they just piled in on it or something like that. And the more buying you see, the fear of, excuse me, the fear of missing out fuels more buying. How's that BBAI doing? Yeah, so you can see that this GFAI is just completely trading on its own. I mean, it's not like the rest of the AIs. Yeah, I mean, look at this. The rest of the AIs are doing really, even AI itself. Yeah, I mean, but it's still negative. I mean, it's still negative. So this GFAI is just one of those things where capture the attention. Look at the relative volume, 205. So what that means is up to this point of the day, around 10:12, it is traded 200 times normal up to this time of day. You can see, look, I mean, it had a nice day it had a start on Friday. You can see that candle right there. And now the huge, huge, huge continuation. And the other thing is that it's probably not shortable for many brokerages. It's certainly not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm sure Centerpoint and maybe Trade Zero, some of those ones that really specialize in having shorts for these really low float stocks, they may have shorts available, but probably most brokerages don't have shorts available for this. So consequently, there's not a lot of downward pressure being put by shorting. So all we can do is every time you think something like this can never happen again, it happens again. It's amazing, isn't it? So how can something be up 102%? All about the float. 1 million in the float. The float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. For me, anything under 20 million is what I consider a low float situation. And so obviously a million is very low. Just got halted again. And so just think of it like this. That's the supply and the demand is high for whatever reason. The demand is high. So just like any other commodity on earth, if you have low supply, high demand, what happens to the price? Boom. Now, once that demand stops, you can see a giant sell-off. So that's why you've got to be incredibly careful when you play one of these, and you cannot wander away from your computer. Now, look at this. So here's your halt at 1453. Potential open is a dollar under. Potential. Okay, guys, I'm taking a hard look at Burr now, BUR, as a potential short. This is not a low float, but it had the insane move on Friday, all to do with some kind of a court finding or liability against Argentina. But is Argentina going to pay it? And I don't know what that means. Argentina. Is that the country of Argentina? Like the country's going to pay it, or is it a company? I really don't know. So, mhm, I am looking to short it. In fact, I'm in. Now, I might have jumped the gun. There could be some support right around 1160, but and if it stalls right here, I'm 1161. It's got to get through that. I probably took a little premature, but I've got a pretty tight stop on it. Doesn't matter what my if you took this trade, you have to have your own plan, right? Okay, you can't ask me, well, where's your stop? And you have to, if you're going to take a trade, you have to have your own plan. I'm not talking to you, Proud Christian. It's just, just in general. Safe being down 67%. Take a look at Safe, SAFE. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's only down 5.8%. Okay, guys, I have taken some off of the burr. There's that low right there. It's trying to get through, but I'm just in case that really holds it. So I've covered some right around that 1160 mark. That is in from 1174 on the short. And if it can really take this out, then the highs after hours could be some support around 11. Meanwhile, so much for that drop of a dollar for GFAI. Incredible. All right, next high 17. I haven't really been paying attention to the spread, but 1606, 1628 right now. Too bad it's not shortable. On the other hand, maybe it's an excellent thing that is not shortable because I'm sure many would say, okay, here, 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 here. Okay, the next high looking left, what? 18, $19. All right. Okay. Keep an eye on this one, guys. This is another AI play. It's lagging GFAI, of course, but and this is an insanely low float. Okay. We have anyway. Our provider says underneath 1,841,000. And so for people who may have missed the GFAI, they're going to look around for another AI play, and this could be another one. Ah, look at this. Oh, okay, not Wedbush. Oh, that's March 21st. Sorry, that's old news. Old news. Old news. So keep an eye on this one. I mean, this could go insane also because of the float. BFRG. Well, my boring BUR is actually giving me nice, not a bad little return here, guys, because I had a pretty tight stop on it. It's no GFAI, but I'll take these. You know, look at the market. Wow. All right, so it says bullfrog. I am sticking an alert up here around 410, and see if it takes it out later on in the day when people finally get tired of the GFAI, bail on it, and they're going to look for another one. This could be it. I'm not saying it is, but it could be it. And there's no news on it, but has AI in its company name. So that's the news. Boy, $18. There is a bit of a pullback, 18 to 15. So again, people bailing on this, maybe looking for something else. Ah, Riley Schmiley. Amen. I've just covered some more though. That 1150 might be too tough for it to get through. Oops, for the BUR. Poke down just below it, but I've covered some more. Don't have that much left now of the BUR. For the YouTube channel, by YouTube, there's about, and not like we're not doing it, but I think there's about an 8-second delay. Somebody asked in our YouTube room, if you don't want any delay at all, you can come into the main room. In the main room, just give me a moment. The main room, this is the link. Boy, what a what a recovery for this PRDS. I mean, there's no accounting for anything anymore. Look at that. It got down to 6.70 pre-market. Basically, they're suspending their drug development after the mid-stage trial fails. So, William, do they have anything else on the go in their pipeline? Because I mean, this is then just a pure bounce play. I mean, that's a huge bounce from 6 to 70 cents, almost a double. So again, in our YouTube room, it's not trade ideas putting excuse me, the delay on, okay? Okay, so again, with the BFRG, I would just stick an alert somewhere over $4 and see if, later on in the day, maybe it takes that out. This is a fairly recent, I don't know if it's an IPO or a SPAC that turned into this BFRG, but at any rate, HRTX, yeah, HRTX on the move now, HRTX. Now for me, 194 is the next high. I just struggle taking something so close to the whole number, but Shady has taken it, and so I wish him well. All right, BUR. Well, maybe I'll get to that. My 11 would have been my fantasy area for BUR to get to. So where did that show up? Showed up in the pre-market, but when I saw the news on it, I thought, okay, is it the country of Argentina going to pay these guys? And good luck with 100% inflation in Argentina. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't know what that really means. A US court found liability against Argentina. Okay, fine, but how are they ever going to get money out of that country? So that was my basis for looking at this as a short underneath when it broke underneath 12. And obviously, the fact that it came in as an AI alert, it doesn't phase me at all as a long. I don't care. Machine gun just went off. NOGN. NOGN. So that just resumed. NOGN. Wow. NOGN. I didn't even see the halt. So much action, guys. 359 on the halt. And now look at this 463. Is this an AI play? E-commerce. I don't see that it's an AI play. I do see that it went nuts the first day it probably traded, got up to $200. Interesting. So for PRDS, so that it was a huge overreaction then. Maybe that's why. Maybe financial experts like yourself were looking at this PRDS and say, "Well, wait a minute. AMST, another low float AI play. Okay, don't think I've seen this one before. Uses machine learning. Okay, anytime, yeah. There's your code word or code couple of words. Machine learning. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the burr now. The BUR, all out of the burr. Well, let's see what HRTX does at 2. If it gets through 2, the next high is 221 or so. Yeah, so at 42.60, I did not take the trade. I was alerting people that, that would be a significant area. 42.60, it did take it out. What did it get up to? Wow, 40, about almost a dollar above that. Little pullback now, but it still has all that room looking left, almost $47. So the controlling, so this is really nothing to do with with energy. This is controlling family backs the board rejection of the Glencore bid. Okay. Look at FRC guys. Boy, that really, I think Real even mentioned KRE earlier. That was having a bit of a run. KRE. Haven't looked at KRE at all today. Yeah, pretty choppy though, but certainly FRC kind of trading on its own. Look at that straight up. No, not too, some topping tails and all, but green candles on the way up. How about WAL? I think like years ago when we were watching this thing all those every second. Don't be throwing those big words around, Mike. See, neuro linguistic processing, NLP. So NOG got halted again almost immediately. That's why you're not seeing it as a halt. Okay, it got halted again almost immediately. I still got room. My goodness, and it's all about the float. Did they ever come out and say they had something to do with AI? NOGN? All right, so there is a bounce now for BUR, BUR. I'm not too interested in it now in terms of going long. DAO on the move here, guys. Another China stock. However, looks like there's pretty good resistance between 950 and 10. Look what they do. Read through all this. They do everything. Well, you're right. It may not be completely done anyway, GFAI. This EDR, guys, this is the company buying WWE. Okay, EDR buying WWE. 2310 is, so it looks like there's good support around 23. How is WWE itself doing? Yeah, so really no trades here. All right, well, okay, you're in the BBAI, PO, and it's just showing up, the momentum up now, starting to show up here. This has got room to 3 or so before it hits some resistance for BBAI. Ooh, look at Tallow, guys. TALO. This could be is this shortable for me? Yes, it is. Lots of shorts. 5 million. This is a gap up and go and taking out the lows now. So we're seeing some of these energy stocks. Some of these energy stocks starting to move down. How's XLE doing? There's a red bar right there for XLE, guys. So some of the energy stocks might start looking like this and looking like the SPY. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of energy stocks starting to do the gap up and reversal. There's no NOV, NOV, HLX. TS, not an energy play, but it is starting to move down. TS. I'm just showing, these are just showing up in the gap up and reversal scan that I've got. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of watching some of these gap up and reversals in the energy sector. Tallow, TALO, keeping an eye on it. It has room underneath if it wants to keep giving up this the gains of the pre-market. Certainly got up to 1632. Oh no, in fact, all the educational videos, everything is free, even if you're not a subscriber, Stephen. Question is, if we subscribe for a month, do we get access to all the educational videos as well, or is it limited? No. In fact, I should go over my homepage right now. It's all free. The moment as I get my homepage link in. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So let's just go over it in general. So this is a promo code you can use to get 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. You click on Get Trade Ideas. This is how much it will cost you. So we have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium, 2,000 less the 15%. Annual standard, 1,000 less the 15%. The difference is the AI. Not having a great day. You don't have to go annual, go monthly. I'm gonna go monthly. Well, in fact, don't take out an annual unless you absolutely know you want the program. Okay. Start off with standard is fine. Start off with a standard. Just see what you think about the program. 118 less 15% for the first month only. Premium is 228 less the 15%. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. Now, if you do take out a monthly subscription, or if you currently are a monthly subscriber and you'd like to take out an annual, I can get you a 25%. Okay. So there's the getting started. So if you do take out a subscription, you must do this first. Your first startup and login, your toolbar, right click magic, etc. 10 videos take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. And so, Stephen, this is what you were talking about. No, the trading 101, it's all free. Okay. All free. You don't have to be a subscriber. Okay. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It's free. The trade of the week is free also. Did it trigger? Did Akamai trigger? AKAM? The answer is 78.40 was the trigger. Did you do that when the market opened? 78. Yeah, so it did trigger. Now, if you know how you trade it is going to be completely up to you. You can see why. Nice little move here with all this room potentially to start filling in. And that is free. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. More education here. Okay, here's our user guide. You can look at our user guide. You'll find out about alert windows and top list windows, all about stock racing. If you click on the stock racing, we have 4 videos that really go over all the basics, and then race startup and configuration. These are clickable. So it gives you all the information you need to know about stock racing. All free. Well, I mean, you can look at our user guide. Of course, it's all free. There's that getting started. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1. And in our YouTube room, one of the other traders takes over. Today's Monday, so it should be Chris Barley. I'm almost positive it would be Chris. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in, and you can listen to Chris for his hour as he does the Monday. We have, of course, we don't have five days this week. Monday or Friday is a holiday. Oops. Then my scans. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. So here are the 2 races that I'm sharing. The one race that you see is the large cap gainers. I do have another race though, more volatile. You can take a look at that one. Here are the 10-day daily breakout and downs. Okay. Here's a momentum scanner. The halts resumes that you see. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. Okay, so you have act, and I've been using now my gap continuation or reversal scan. So you can have a look at these. So if you do take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then my promo code. And if you save my homepage, then of course you can take a look at my scans at any time you want and the education section. And one last thing, if you're interested in our new add-on, and it's going to get, Michael Noss will be creating more and more anchored VWAP strategies that you'll have access to. And I'll put this link in. Oops, sorry about that. Put it in twice there. And you click on the link, it'll explain what it's all about. There's a video and all that, and it is $49 a month. It's an add-on. And going forward, what Trade Ideas will be doing is creating more add-ons. Michael's going to create a lot, even outside of the anchored VWAP universe. He's going to be creating a lot more scans. Look at the SPY now, guys. Yeah, big kind of sell-off right now for the SPY. Tech never got positive, I don't think. Well, NAS didn't get positive, I don't think. Yep. Yeah, the NOGN has taken over from GFAI. That's a pretty big drop now for FRC, guys. So I don't know. Banking news hit the market. That's a pretty big drop now for FRC. 1475 down to 1420 something through the VWAP 1431. So here's the resumption now for NOGN. So we've had two today then. The GFAI, I mean, this is even better because of the percentage move. NOGN, 176%. And it had, crazy. What was the other one? I can't remember the other one that had the crazy under $1 million float also. It just didn't move. Well, I know how to find it. I put a price alert on it. Oops. The BFRG. So let's take a look at BFRG. Yeah, so it's not moving. So for whatever reason, they decided not to look at BFRG in the same way as they looked at NOGN. And HCDI halted on the way up. Another crazy low float. No, not very much volume. 500,000 in the float. We seem to be back in the low float mania again. I mean, the next high for this one is 873 or so. Let's take a look at where it could open. 699, 7. So there's the halt, 666. And there is a potential open for HCDI. Again, blue window, interactive brokers, time and sales, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Oh my goodness. There's NOGN. So exploded what through up to 10. This is not shortable for me also. Well, that's why just keep an eye on the BFRG, okay? I mean, you never know. It's such a low float also. Doesn't look, obviously, it had a huge pullback now, but just stick an alert, $4, and see if later on it takes it out. Hmm. Macy's is having a reversal now with the market. Look at this market just selling off. So what hit? Anybody know what hit the market? It seems to be in conjunction with the banks, KRE anyway. Yeah, I mean something with the banks, regional banks hit maybe. So guys, this is your definition of an alpha stock. Look at the 15-minute chart, straight up. Look at the SPY, 15-minute chart, the last two huge red candles. Noggin doesn't care. Ooh, keep an eye on PACB. Big day on Friday. Big day on Friday. Closed near the highs. I mean, it got as high as what, 1178 or so. Closed, 1158. So closed near the highs. Today it tried to get above Friday's high. Could not do it. And now it looks like it wants to slide somewhat. The low is at 1035. So it was about $1 to that low. So you're talking about a broker, Stephen, day trading software. You're talking about a broker. Well, I mean, if you're looking for a broker that has, has a reputation for having lots and lots of shorts, but you need a big account. I don't know what their minimum is now, but Centerpoint, that. But Interactive Brokers is pretty good. I mean, if you're just starting out trading, I would, try Interactive Brokers. It's pretty good. It's always had a reputation for having shorts. Yes, I've mentioned a few times no shorts available, but that's probably a good thing for these very, very low floaters. Okay. So it's 35K minimum on Centerpoint. So that's US. I mean, so you've got to be able to put that in. And as far as going long on stocks, well, any broker, there's very, 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 very few stocks you cannot go long on. And it doesn't matter where you are, Texas or, doesn't matter where you are, British Columbia, Canada. Well, in that case, it does. I'm limited the number of brokers I have access to, but I've been using Interactive Brokers for over 6 years now. I don't know what the minimum well, you see, you're in the States, right? So you've always got this I don't, in Canada, we don't have this pattern day trading rule. So, typically you have to put $25,000 in, but you'll have to find out. I mean, because if you go margin, yes, but if you don't, if you're cash, then but you're a bit limited in the States. Best thing to do is just, find out, do a search and find out what the minimum deposit. I don't know if there's actually a minimum with IB. Certainly in the States, though, if you want a pattern, like the pattern day trading rule, you need 25,000. Okay, guys. Well, that's definitely, but the thing is that I guess, I mean, if you had 10,000 in the account and you didn't go over 10,000, I suppose, on any trade. But listen, I'm out of my depth here, guys. I mean, in Canada, we just don't have that, so it's never been an issue. Yes, I am in Canada, Dan. Yes. Okay, so noggin on the way down now. Yeah, halted on the way down. So that's why you've got to be really, really careful with that float. Macy's is interesting. I mean, Macy's now is down through the VWAP, 1872, down through the VWAP, giving it up with the rest of the market. This is a big market sell-off, like a big market sell-off. I mean, it's basically wiped out that first hour of the four 15-minute candles up, wiping it out now. Non-stop lower, okay, TECK. Yeah, now it's below that high, 4260. Yeah, and there's the VWAP, 4211. Let's see if it can take out the VWAP and then really continue down with the market. I mean, if the market stops going down, I mean, this could bounce. This is trading with the market, really. You just look at the candles. The 4 15 minutes up, these last two down like this. Let's see if this turns into a green candle like this. Okay, VNet, which I could not see any news on. Uh, Big pre-market move, not a low float, 130, 131 million in the float. The issue I've got with it is this 420 level. If we can get through 420, the next highs are in the 460, 470 level. I just find though that, well, I'll stick an alert there around 423 and see if we can take that out. The highs right there on the daily chart, and then it would have some room. This is shortable for me though, so if it gets stopped there, it may fall. I don't see any news on it for VNet, VNET. ACDC. Okay, gap up and reverse for ACDC. Ooh, there was the big gap up, basing right there, and now just reversing. The next low looking left is 1231, so about $1 to the next low for ACDC. But you got to get through that whole number. VNet, guys, VNet. It's out that 420. I wish it had some news though. Okay, so HCDI came out of its halt. Where did it get halted at? 640, 740? All right. Another very low float, 556,000 in the float. So EDR, who is buying WWE, is really, look at this giant red candle here. So a lot of these energy plays are just giving it up. Now let's take a look at XLE. Yeah, you can just see, look at XLE, the big energy ETF. So a lot of the energy plays are just doing this. Okay, what time is it now? 11 o'clock. Let's take a look at some of these races and see what's happening. Well, you can just see, look at these energy plays. They're just really, they're reeling right now. Wow, VKTX. So this had the the big pop last week, and it held, and now it's above Friday's high, and that's VKTX. A lot of volume. I can't remember why this had that pop on that day, but it is a pharma bio, so obviously had some good news. Not an earnings play at all, so ugh. So that was briefly a little green candle here on the SPY, but now it's turning red. Now this will be fun. Take a look at the sectors, dock channel bars. I'm going to click from new dock channel bar. I'm going to take a look at now the change from the open. We're going to see a huge difference, especially in the oil plays, the energy plays. Big difference. Okay, so if you were here 10 minutes before the market open, if you're in the room, I went over these sectors and the energy sector, 100% of the stocks were above Friday's close. Okay. Now, they, I mean, I'm looking right here. A lot of the stocks are still above Friday's close, but look what's happened since the open. Okay. Only 19% of them are above the opening trade now. So what's happened is that the stocks are still above Friday's close, but they've been drifting down since the market opened. So that is the big difference right now. And look at Oxy. You can just sort of see Oxy. Look what's happened. So still well above the close of Friday, well above it, but down from the open. If you click on new, now, as long as you're using the, I think it's only available in the downloadable application. I don't think it's available with the web-based versions. So assuming you're using the downloadable application, if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, okay? And here it is. And if you click on show more, you'll see all of the channels, okay? All the theme-based channels we have. Take a look at this anchored VWAP to see if there's anything interesting happening on the take a look at MTW as an example. So what you're seeing here, these are the pinches, okay? So these lines are automatically drawn. The purple lines there are automatically drawn. You see there's a top one, a bottom one, pinching. So the idea of that is that if the price moves above, then it's a potential long, and if it moves below, it's a potential short. Okay. And these lines, you know, you have to have access to this. Of course, it's a paid service now, $49 a month for the anchored VWAP, and Michael will be adding more scans down the road. So we're talking about a 15-minute and a 30-minute, so intraday one. So in order for you to do it manually to input the anchored VWAP on your chart, you click on the little pencil. Hopefully you can see on my daily chart. You know, it doesn't matter what time frame, but you click on the pencil, and then the little anchor. There's a little anchor right beside the color palette. And once you click on that, then you just put it wherever you want. So if I move it down here, so there it is. I just drew it right there. So you can do it. You can do it manually, of course. Um, and of course, the art is where to put it. So in that anchored, the one that pinch, you know, he's using a formula to find like swing highs and swing lows. And so one line is drawn from the bottom, one line is drawn from the top, and that creates the pinch. No, it's a monthly charge, Alex. It is a monthly charge. So, I mean, before a person would commit to something like that, well, it's only a month anyway. It's month to month, but you can watch the video and you can sort of see what it's all about. I'm assuming, am I wrong? When you click on dock channel bar and you click on anchor VWAP, you do get this popping up, right? You do get this. And so you can watch the video on it. You won't have this, of course, you won't have any data. Look at EDR, guys. EDR is just sinking here on the fact they're buying WWE. The next slow looking left. Too close. Too close. 21.99. 21.99 is the 200-day moving average. That's too close. Spock, SPOK. What in the world's happening with this one? SPOK, guys. This is a great move. 17 million in the float. Going against the market. Look at the market. 45 minutes now down. Give me one moment, please. Look at that tallow that I was mentioning, okay, guys? Look at that tallow, TALO. Energy stocks just getting sold off now. Again, most of them are all going to be positive still, but with a big sell-off. Sorry, guys, just internal discussion taking place. Boy, I guess I should have taken that short on the EDR from the 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, my issue was I thought the 200-day might be too close. So there it is, the 200-day moving average for EDR at 21.99. So it's just hovering above it. CHNR, yeah, so got halted, probably a low float, right? CHNR, 12 million, not crazy low. And even Burr is, I'm not in Burr anymore, but BUR is now giving it up also. Again, Elan, where could this go? Looks like there's two pretty decent support around 9 for ELAN. All right, guys, let's take a look at this race right here. First of all, time is it now 11:17. I should have welcomed people who are new to the room. So welcome if you're new to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, not this Friday. Markets closed this Friday, but Monday to Friday between I'm on the mic between 9 a.m. and about 3:20 a.m. Sorry, p.m. Eastern time. I do open the main room before 8 o'clock, though, no later than 8 o'clock. So you can come into the main room between again no later than 8 o'clock, and you can chat amongst yourselves between 8 and 9. And then I get live on the mic at 9. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. Okay, a lot of screeners out there. So we have screening ability, obviously, but we are a scanner. So let me explain the difference between a screener and a scanner. If I click on new and then dock channel bar, and again, these are the theme-based channels. So I'm going to go down to momentum channel. So NTWK, this is an alert window that was created. Now this momentum channel is in essence the same channel that or the scan is the same scan that I've got on my homepage. I call it Momo, okay, MOMO. So you can have access to it. So this is what it's looking for. And you can, if you want my scans, this is what you do for any scan. You right click, configure, and summary. And that'll tell you exactly what the scan is looking for, how it has been constructed. So this is the screening aspect. We call them filters, but this is the screening aspect. So the stock is between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. 100,000 minimum shares. This gives it the momentum burst. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 400% in the last 5 minutes, etc. So all of these values have to be met. And if the stock meets a new high or has a new high for the day, and these values are met, we get a real-time alert. That's the scanning ability of Trade Ideas. Okay, so screening, lots of screeners out there, and then you're getting the real-time alert. You pick the alert you want. I'll show you, we have a lot of different alerts. This happens to be the new high for the day alert. So when you look at when you look at NTWK, and that happened at 11:18, and you can see right up here, you can see it made a new high right up here at 310. It's pulled back now since then, but that's why you got the alert. All the other filters values were met. And of course, if you want this scan, again, what I'm really trying to show you, if you go through the different channels, you'll see all the different scans that we've created. And you can take a scan, you can take it out of this layout, and then you can save it to your cloud and then bring them back one at a time, the different scans that you may have looked at, and create a layout then based on scans that we've created for you. And of course, if you wanted a difference in this scan, in other words, if you thought, well, I love the idea, but I'd like a different price range. So you just go in and you make the change. And by the way, I'm not trying to show you, this is not I'm not trying to instruct people how to use Trade Ideas right now, just giving a general overview. All of this is in the guide. So if I made the price change to 10 and 100, and you can see in the summary it's 10 and 100, and then you can say, okay, and then you can save it to the cloud. Okay, so you can take exactly as we've constructed it and save it to your cloud, or you can make a change and then save it to the cloud. Wow, EDR. Should have definitely taken that short. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. What time is it? 11:22. I'll be right back in about 5 minutes, okay? All right, guys, I'm back and just watching the market. So, okay, the market's finally putting in a bit of a bounce here now. A little green bar showing up. This TWO is 1319 is the next low looking left. This is a gap down and continuing down. So this is very weak, TWO. And again, the next low looking left is 1323. So that's far enough away. Yeah, this TWO is really interesting to me. Underneath the whole number, VWAP 1406, underneath the VWAP. And with that low down here of 1322. Now, is it going to bounce a little bit with the market? Not yet, anyway. TWO, financials, financial sector. Pretty ugly. CHNR, so it popped up all the way up here and just gave it up. Wait, FRC now underneath 14, or right at 14. At the big run at the beginning of the day, but then something's happened to these banks. KRE just moving straight down now with the market. Now let's see if KRE is putting in a green candle like the market. And the answer is not quite, not quite. There's a bottoming tail, but certainly not a green candle like the market is, not yet anyway. All right, let's see if anything is interesting happening from the races here. If there's anything basing. Okay, TGTX. So you can kind of see if it can somehow take out that VWAP again. 1570 is the VWAP, so it's not that far away. There's the high of the day, 16. Of course, when we look left, it's got some room to 1770. That's TGTX. TGTX. All right, so TWO, I've been watching TWO, but it's kind of following the market a little bit, not quite, a little bit. Market's putting in a bit of a comeback now. Okay, this one just is coming in now. SCYX into the 10-day daily breakout. Look at the 2 weeks it had before. SCYX, I'm going to have to back the weekly out a little bit more to see where it could go. So the next high looking left on the weekly is 359 and then 4-ish. So it's got a little bit of room. And that is SCYX. It's not a crazy low float, 31 million in the float. Okay, let me talk a little bit about the races and what you're seeing here. Okay, so all races, time is it now? 11:33. So yeah, Chris will be here in about less than half an hour. So all races start off with a top list window. Okay, and you of course you can construct your own races based on your top list requirements. And in this particular case, and you'll notice when I right click on the top list window, it says I can launch the real-time stock race. So this is how this race has been launched. So why are these stocks here? Well, as long as they're between 10 and $50, 10 and $50, half a million shares traded, up 2% from yesterday's close, a market cap of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. That's why we can see these stocks here, okay? And so that's what the race is based on. So when the race starts, so I run 4-minute races. You can, of course, customize your races to the length you want. I like to run 4-minute races. This race is going to be over in about 5 seconds, and Tech will be the winner. DECK will be the winner. So what does that actually mean? So when the race starts, and it takes about 30 seconds for it to get really running, what happens is the ones that the stocks meeting all these filter requirements that move the most, you'll see at the top of the list. You know, in terms of moving the most, the percentage move. So the problem with the top list is that you could never really see that happening just by staring at a list. You know, what I've done here is let me just do a sort. So VKTX is up 5.6% from the open, its opening trade. TGTX 4.7%, etc. But what if one of these, PBR as an example, what if it was really starting to move? You know, 1.6% from the open, 2%, 5%, 6%. I'd never be able to see that. And that's where the races come in. It'll catch when the race starts. It'll just show me the stock that is moving the most. Now, you'll notice that I don't see huge percentage moves here. And that's because I've got a half a billion in the market cap and a 50 million float. The other race that I am sharing from my homepage, you will see definitely more volatile moves. You'll see stocks moving 10, 15%. And while it might look good, the problem with it can be, especially if you're new to trading, is that when they can move up 10, 12%, they can move down 20% right after. Okay, so they're very, very volatile. So I thought what I would do now, instead of showing that other race, but I'm still sharing it, you can go to my homepage, you can load it. Is showing you a race that is a little less volatile. Doesn't mean these are not stocks to watch. I mean, look at tech. I mean, you know, you had tech moving up like this and then moving down. Maybe, you know, if it takes out that VWAP again, 4203, maybe it gets moving again. So what happens is in all the races, you're automatically is a top 10 list created for you, and it's made up of the stocks that win the most races. So VKTX has won 6 races today, Tech 3, etc. And so the idea then is just to click on something and just see what is it doing now? Is it maybe setting up, you know, for a later day move? The other thing is that you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on the symbol. If you start to see something moving, you know, you'll up the leaderboard, click on it and see what's happening. And obviously, and you can see how a race works like any other race. Tech is leading right now, but doesn't mean at the end, it still has another minute and 21 seconds. It doesn't mean it's going to be the winner. Some other stock like Relay, maybe it gets going, maybe it takes over the top spot. And of course, you can create your own race based on your requirements or your top list. And you can also run a race based on stocks that you want to follow. Let's say there was, I don't know, a basket of stocks that you like to follow every single day, 20 or 30 stocks. Well, you can run a race just based on those stocks. You create a symbol list, a watch list, you attach it to the top list, and then you run the race based on just those stocks. If you want to do that. And we have a lot of races here. I click on new, then dock channel bar. You see we've got S&P 500 stock race, stock racing based on price and volume. This is kind of an interesting one right here. This is increasing relative volume. Okay, so a stock that is increasing relative volume. You can run a race based on that. The relative volume, meaning right there, 0.06. So what if that turned, I mean, that's really low, but what if that turned to 0.08, 0.10? In other words, the volume is really increasing relative, like the relative volume is really increasing. So this is that race right here. Winners since the open, between 1 and 100. Who's moving now? And last, of course, is that before you commit money to the market, you should practice trading. This blue window you see here that says not connected, this is our simulator. So you can practice trading using our simulator. So as an example, I was talking about these races here. So if you click on OVV as an example, and you look at this and go, it's just getting through the VWAP. Maybe I should take this trade if it gets up to 39.48 or so, or up to this level. Practice like doing something like that. And the simulator is really simple to use. Now you have to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, the simulator and races are not available. But assuming you're using our downloadable application, then to load Brokerage Plus, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Sorry, New and then Brokerage Plus, and this is the window that you'll see. You might have different column headers, but I mean, it'll look the same. And then Not Connected, you'll see Not Connected. You just click on Sim for simulation, changes to Account, and click on Account, and then Simulated Trading Default, and now you're in the simulator. And why you're seeing GME here is I took this as a short last week, and I've just kept it in. So that should tell you then that if you want to, you can practice swing trading using our simulator. If you don't exit a trade at the end of the day, that's how you can practice swing trading. Now look at this one, guys. ANVS is getting hammered now. ANVS through the 200-day moving average earlier, still hanging underneath that 200-day moving average. On the weekly chart, looks like around 1068 could be some support. So that's far enough away. This is really getting beaten up, down 22%. It's a pretty low float, 5.5 million in the float. They announced. Okay, so this is, we don't have any information on when their earnings date was, so I'm not sure why, but they announced their earnings today before the market opened, obviously, and obviously not good. Boy, I should have just held on to my Burr short, BUR. Wow. And somebody's got to tell me how they're going to get money out of Argentina. I mean, it's all well and good that a judge or some district court has said, yeah, you're entitled to damages, but how? RSLS. Okay, it's Captain. Wow. Yeah, big pop here for RSLS. An obesity, is it a drug? Medical device. Okay. And another crazy low float. This is the lowest float we've seen today. Excuse me, 369,000. That is the lowest float we've seen. Alpha Predators, car racing. Somebody said MGOL released earnings today. MGOL? Yeah. Um, okay, we have it tomorrow. So they must have, I don't know. We have it as tomorrow, but they did it today. Oh, remember BMEA, guys? BMEA is wow, look at BMEA. This is shortable too. BMEA 2184 is the next low looking left. It's really starting to give it up. Right at that whole number, 29. Wow. Had the big pop last week. Continuation for one day up to 36, and then gave it up, or is giving it up now. Okay, so a question from our YouTube room. What were the indicators on your system that indicated that GFAI was likely to go up a lot like it did? There's no indicator that would ever say, okay, this stock's at $9 and we're going to indicate it's going up to 18. None. There's none. The only thing is looking at the float, 1 million in the float, it had, because of that low float and all the demand, even though there doesn't appear to be. It's an AI. I mean, it's an AI play, but there's nothing that would say, you know what, this has a chance to go from 8 to 18. Nothing. It's just the fact that it's such a low float, and then the buying just kept coming in and in and in. Again, high demand, low volume. Or sorry, high demand and low float. But doesn't absolutely mean, because look at the other one that we thought might have a shot. And it is Chris today. Great. Thank you, Chris. Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes, a little less than 15 minutes. But the other one that I put a price alert on, BFRG. Okay, BFRG. So let's take a look at it. A moment. There was a thought with that crazy low float, 841,000 in the float, that it could have been that people finally were going to get out of GFAI and maybe come into this one. It is another AI type play, has AI in its name, but it didn't happen, not yet anyway. So you cannot absolutely for sure say, okay, this is the next one, and it's going to go to whatever $10. But the only way something like that could happen with the GFAI is because of the float. Okay, that's the only way. I mean, if it had, a billion shares in the float, it was never ever go up 108%. Okay, so it's actually holding the VWAP quite well. 1346 is actually holding the VWAP quite well. No, nothing to do. It had nothing to do with this. Okay, it's trading completely on its own. Somebody saying again in a YouTube room that it was moving with the Dow. No, or the SPY. Nothing to do with it. It's all about the float. I mean, if that were the case, then this would be just tanking like this. But look, man, look at this 45 minutes down. These are the alpha stocks, okay? The stocks that are trading on their own. They don't care what the market's doing. They don't care. It's a little bit sector driven, if you want to call it that. But even that is not completely correct because look at AI. Look at AI. I mean, this is, if you want to call it, the leader in the sector. It's got the great name, great symbol, but look what it did. It started off a couple of red candles, and the other one was straight up. So it was really just trading on its own. But you're new to trading. I mean, these are very, very difficult. I mean, it's the fear of missing out. Where do you get it? Here, 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 here. You keep chasing it. I mean, it's very difficult. Well, AI is also coming into the VWAP. I think 3322. Yeah, 3322. So it's just a little bit above the VWAP. But it has been, I've always found this a very difficult intraday trader. I mean, look how choppy it is. Up, down, up, down, up, down. It's very, very choppy. Boy, look at all these energy plays, though. I mean, they're all looking kind of the same. The big pops, pre-market, market open, and most of them have just sort of drifted down. And what that, I mean, that means, I mean, it's got a ton of room looking left, most of these. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but because of the big gaps. Can't do that, Frank, because the problem is that yeah, Interactive Brokers had no shorts available, but another broker may. So there's no there. You just can't have that as an option. It's all broker dependent. If you had Centerpoint, you probably have shares to short, as an example. Now, my guess is that a lot of brokers won't have shares to short for GFAI, but there's no way we can have a scanner that's going to say, yeah, there are no shorts available anywhere for a specific symbol. Okay, does that make sense? You can usually, when it's a low float situation like a GFAI, usually I would call the major brokerages may not have shorts. But it's not a hard and fast rule. Like I'll ask William. William, were there shorts available for at each? Anybody have shorts available for GFAI as an example? Okay, I'll just ask the question. Now, Centerpoint probably because they've got a reputation for always having shorts. But you know, it's sort of an expensive platform for many. And the other thing, Frank, none at Fidelity, yeah. So the chat is saying, yeah, Centerpoint, but that's their reputation. But you pay for it. You know, you've got to have a $35,000 in the account, and also they charge a fair amount. But I mean, if you're into having, you know, all sorts of, is that a little ping that I heard from Chris? Maybe not. The other thing, though, also, let me just show you something. I'll go Microsoft. I mean, this is not, it's a terrible example.
Can you
So for
hear me
instance,
now?
at Interactive Brokers, you are there, Chris?
I am here. Yes. Sorry, I was
Okay.
setting up a new microphone.
Okay, I'll just wrap up my conversation, then I'll let you take over.
Take your time.
So for instance, this is Microsoft, okay? This is Interactive Brokers. It's a little pop-up for Interactive Brokers. It has 233 million shares available. But you might see another one that I could bring up might have, say, 15,000 shares available. And then all of a sudden, you know, they're all snapped up and they'll say none available. And then they come back because there's covering. So not only would it be almost impossible to have a filter like that, what happens during the day is that shorts become available, they don't become available. Not so much with a Microsoft, obviously, but some that you know might have only 15 or 20,000 shares available, and all of a sudden they just get snapped up, and what that will say is none available to short.
You better be careful shorting Microsoft, Barry.
Yeah.
Bill Gates will get you.
Oh yeah. Okay, guys, give me a moment, and I want to put my announcement in. Chris is in the YouTube room right now, but let me get my announcement in. On break, back around 1 p.m. ET. Before I go, let me put the YouTube link in, guys, so you can head over and listen to Chris.
Oh, I was just thinking I got to swap screens in a second here. I got to rearrange everything. There we go.
Okay, Chris, and I'll just mute my music, and I'll put the other room on mute. Now we can have a conversation, just you and me.
Lovely.
you and me and YouTube.
Well, what an exciting day, huh?
Oh, no kidding. Wake up to you know, all that, the oil news, really. I mean,
who had oil making a $12 run in 3 days on their bingo card.
Mm-hmm. But it seemed to catch people by surprise. But then, you know, look at XLE, and you think, okay, the 3 days before, or the 4 days before, see how it was getting close to that 200-day moving average?
Yep.
And now, of course, it's way above it. And you're wondering, oh, okay, were people knowing that the Saudis were going to do this?
I'm sure
somebody knew.
Plenty of chatter about it, and you know, if we you know zoom out and you threw a support line or a resistance line, whatever you want to call it, around $80, you know, look at how many times it's touched that line over the last several months. A bit of a bear trap, I guess we could call that too. And I just think we're in a market where every single sector is going to do as much damage to every investor out there as much as possible till this is all over.
Oh, the skeptic in you.
Well, you know,
yeah. Well,
just
you know.
You know, put in the risk management and assume you'll be wrong. And if you're right, manage it properly.
Well, that's all risk management is really. You have the assumption that you're going to be wrong in the trade. So where are you going to get out? And that's all it is. You know, you always have to plan for your loss. Don't Pollyanna. Does that make sense to you if I say don't Pollyanna it? Does that make sense to you at all?
It works for me.
Okay, but you know my reference.
Yes.
Pollyanna. It's old Disney. That's why I'm saying that. It's just really old. All right, my friend. I will. What time is it now? I'll let you. Now, can you go to one, or do you have to leave early for a very important meeting?
There are no such thing as important meetings to me anymore.
Okay, I like it. Okay.
The only important meeting I have is this one. That's it.
Okay.
You take your
Chris.
time, Barry. All right, sounds good. We'll see you in a little bit.
You bet. Bye-bye.
So happy Monday, everyone. Barry making his way out for a break, and me making my way in to fill that very big void that he leaves here every Monday at noon Eastern. Just in case anybody's new to what we're doing here, open forum. I don't have any pre-done content here, so that you folks need to come with the content. If not, I'll just kind of make it up as I go along. But let's see. Let me throw another scan on here. I'm going to fill up some space on my screen for you folks. No sense in seeing the nonsense on my desktop. Doesn't really help anybody. So yeah, that looks like a good one. We'll look at some stuff that's near lifetime highs. And again, throw some questions in there for me, folks, or I'll do a song and dance here. We talked about it at the XLE up there, as it was just talking with Barry about that and energy. And yeah, last night, I don't know, 7:30, 8 o'clock, something like that. I just happened to open futures and noticed that oil made a roughly $4 gap up there, up over $80 again. So it's just one of those markets that as soon as it really makes you feel conviction leaning one way or the other, whether it's the overall market or a sector, it punches you right in the face and reverses that. And, I'm using the royal we here because I had something similar go on for me recently. I was pretty energy heavy coming into this year again, as I was last year. Last year, it worked out, quite well for me being energy heavy. This year, it didn't work out so well. I got stopped out of a number of energy trades. It was rather unpleasant. I was not thrilled, obviously, like anybody else. And for the last, 5 or 6 weeks, it looked like it was a good choice to close those energy trades. I'd suffered the pain. I had violated some stop losses. A couple of them I actually cut a little bit short before the stop loss. I didn't want to endure anymore. I just kind of figured that was going to be it for the energy trade for the time being anyways. Here we are. Some of those stocks rebounded actually, and some haven't actually, to be honest. So it wasn't all, I got stopped out and then they reversed on me. Some yes, some no. So it just, shows that the risk management was still the right choice in the end. But it is what it is. It never feels good when you see things rebound and you're not part of it. Anywho, that is what it is. So Iris, I'm sorry to hear that you're not happy. Hopefully maybe a better afternoon session here might help you out with that. Anybody else with anything, throw in those comments, please. Outside of that, we could look at, some wild moves here in GFAI. I'm sure there's some news or something there, traded up around 20 million shares, a little over 20 million shares at this point, 20.5 million shares almost. Doing 173, almost 174 times what it's normally doing for volume. So I'm not sure what this is all about, nor do I really care. We can see the stock has a history of doing this. I would gather there's been a reverse split in here somewhere, and that's why we see this like this. Maybe not. Maybe not. As the saying goes, hard telling, not knowing. Not really relevant to me. But we can see here, the stock is full of these kinds of big topping tails or topping shadows and things of that nature. So sitting up here, it's held VWAP. Got the 8 EMA and the VWAP meeting and shaking hands here on a 15-minute chart. So remains interesting to me. I'll move my price alert up here. I'm going to need some real conviction for me to get involved in this, especially at, $8.50 move to this point right now and 120%. However you want to slice that, would you like to look at the dollar move or the percent move, or you want to look at both even? So going to really need to show me something with that. What else do we have here? And trying to look here. Sorry, just reconfiguring a chart here for myself on something on another screen. All right. Let's see. Nope, nothing new for me, Iris. Once I've got something that works, I ride it till it doesn't work anymore. I haven't had to change or adjust anything in quite a long time. Let's see, new to TIN, new trading. My trade strategy would involve intraday where I'd like to spend a few hours each day to scan for stocks to determine entry and exit points. So first, welcome. We're going to go with Paul to keep things easy for me. Because we go with Min, so we'll go with Paul. So first, welcome to the Trade Ideas community and welcome to trading in general. First thing I would say is this is a lifelong marathon, not a sprint. So take your time. Don't rush. Those that rush will find themselves with blown up accounts. The market will be here. The software will be here. The only people that will not be here are those that rush and force things. With that said, there's 0% chance that you get away without paying a tuition to the market because that's how it rolls. As far as entries and exits go, the only spot you're going to find those, at least for our software, is within Holly. So if you're a premium subscriber, you can see, the entry prices here on Holly. I don't have a drawing tool up. Oh, another new computer. Well, I don't have a drawing tool, period, right now, I guess. Let me see. Epic Pen. While I download that. Give me a moment here. All right, so you're going to see, in this column here that I'm kind of clicking around on, those are going to be your entry prices. Exit prices will vary. They happen in real time. Or exit reasons will vary. The exit prices themselves happen in real time. Of course, any one of these stocks will have a stop price listed with it. So you can see the automatic stop price that's listed. And then there's various other exits that can happen within Holly. I won't go too far in depth on Holly unless you have specific questions regarding Holly. Just installing this Epic Pen so I can have something to write with on screen. As far as things go, as far as exit entry prices that are going to populate there. Everything else for entry and exit price is going to be you being a trader and deciding what is, your entries and exits, or what you see to be your exit and entries. Are you going to be using a trailing moving average, or the VWAP, or a support or resistance line, a prior high, a prior low on a 15-minute candle, 10-minute candle, 5-minute candle, on a prior daily candle, so on and so forth. So these are the things that, with becoming a trader, that you'll have to ask yourself for your entries and exits in that regard. What snaps you in, what snaps you out of a trade. Sorry, I just want to set a price alert on something I got going on here. There we go. All right. So those are the things that I would point you to there, Paul, as far as both what we offer for a entry exit, or a or your own kind of self-experimenting here. What I always tell people is what you're doing today, especially at the beginning of your journey, will probably not be what you're doing by the end of this week, and won't be what you're doing by the end of this month in general. just kind of the ebb and flow and the growth that goes with trading and this software. So if you have questions based specifically on things that I've just commented on, throw those in there. I'm going to jump on a few other things here. DWAC, none. What's DWAC doing? Yeah, I got a little bit of a move and some volume come into it. 700,000, a little over 700,000 shares traded on the day, doing 4 times, 4 1/3 what it's normally doing. I mean, stock's in a big downtrend, but it, makes for a good day trading vehicle some days. And $15 is a bit of a challenge for it here. Definitely a bit of a challenge for it there. So we'll see what happens if we get through that, and then, 1575 and then 1675 after that. Those are areas I'd be looking at for that. How long will you keep bouncing up and down? Your guess is as good as everybody else's here. Obviously, this level that I've got, 1575, I got a price alert. 1573 is what the exact price alert is, but that 1575 in general is a big resistance area, it looks like, for GFAI. I think if it can't claim that, going to be in trouble. And as the more times it tests this VWAP here, the more likely it is to break that VWAP. So that's VWAP, WAP. I remember I got to say WAP. So anyways, that's what I'd be looking at there as far as GFAI is concerned. I can't get charts to work. Steve told me close all pin windows. That not help. Can you define can't get them to work? Because honestly, Peter, I'm not. It's been many, many weeks, maybe even months now since I've seen any chart issues whatsoever myself. Maybe 1 out of 500 charts gives me a problem. So, if you can define what the issue is, Peter, maybe we can delve into it a little more. You show me how to add symbol stock list to AI. So the AI is a black box. All you can do is open the AI and look at what it does. You can't really adjust. You can't add stocks to it. It's going to alert what meets the strategies on it. So, but to open the AI, if you've got the menu bar here, go new and look for premium AI strategy trades window. And that will give you a window that looks like this. Yours might look slightly different depending on what your default setup is. I forget what the original default is going to be on that. And then in here, we can right click and we can go to columns. We can add and take away columns. I think a great way to understand what the AI itself is to take a dive into the user's manual on the AI itself. So let me find that for you. There we go. All right, Peter, I see that. I think I might be able to get you squared away in a moment here. Let me drop these links. And also check out this video here on Holly, because this is going to explain to you in this video what a profit save is, what a reduced risk is. It's going to really go into depth on Holly. It's about a 15-minute video. I'm lying. It's a 16-minute video. All right. And the only difference between Holly now and when I made this Holly video is that in the channel bar, let me bring up a channel bar. In the channel bar, there used to be 4 Holly channels. And the reason there was 4 is because there are different segments in Holly and different people created them and they came out at different times. So they wanted to kind of give due to the people that had a hand in the different Holly creations and things like that. It became overly confusing to have 4 different Hollies, and people, didn't understand the difference of them, and it made no sense to 99.9% of the people. So we did away with the Holly segments and we just made one Holly. It's one Holly channel. It's not Holly Grail and Holly 2.0 and Holly Neo. Can you segment those out in the window like that? Yes, you can, but I don't think there's any purpose to it. It serves no point. And, you'll see one work better for one day and then one work better for the next. And then it's 3 days like this. And then it's 2 days like that. And then it's 5 days like this. So just one Holly, one Holly, one Holly, one Holly. That's the only difference between those videos. Mike, see what is happening. So I would say, Paul, take a look at those items, because I feel like you're going to have a lot of questions better answered, and you can go back and pause and rewind those videos and go over the links over and over again. And so I delve into there. But essentially, What holly is at her core, before you get into those videos, this. Holly is a set of alert windows. And there's some sophisticated back testing that goes on with those that she does overnight. And that's how she selects the different strategies. She's got, I don't know, like 60 base strategies between short and longs. It might be 55, it might be 65, but about 60 base strategies. And then she comes to play, quote unquote, play the next day with those strategies. And if something meets the strategies that she came to the day with, and when I say something, I mean a stock, it gets alerted. And that's how that works. Excuse me. So that's the short and skinny on the holly part there. As you go forward, you throw in some more questions, but you can't plug in things to Holly in that regard. Holly is going to trade what she trades. She's going to put her metrics out. Holly doesn't analyze stocks for you. Holly analyzes, the stocks essentially that she puts out basically. And it's all contained within the strategy trades window of Holly. Now, Peter, what I want you to do is this. On your menu bar, Peter, go to Windows, go to List. And in here, you're going to see every window that you've got listed. Find where your extra charts are and start trying to close those down, the extra charts in there. All right. Again, Peter, so menu bar, right? Windows. Or you can even go to Show All. And it's going to open and then start closing the extra charts you don't want open so that you can load the new charts that you do want open. All right. Those are your two ways forward there, Peter. Let me know if that makes sense and if that helps. Let's see. I think I've gotten to all the questions to this point in the day. If I missed something, let me know. If you need me to elaborate more on something, also, please let me know. What else is happening around the horn today? So, CYX, it's on my races, won several races here. Gapped up over this big resistance level, I would say. Right there. Interestingly enough, we had it banging into this here, right? And then today it takes it out. Got some good volume on there. When I say volume, again, I mean relative volume. The liquidity is pretty good too. That's nearly 4 million shares traded on the day. And, we look here, you can split hairs on where the next resistance is that, I'm going to go $4. Does that mean it'll get there? I have no idea if it'll get there. But that's, technically speaking, the next likely resistance. When you have these smaller price stocks, especially under $5, you could say 350, 50 cents. Some people would even say the quarter numbers. So, 325, 350, 375 will be issues. Will they be? There's no way to know ahead of time. Those are just areas that you could look for some resistance moving up forward and helping you manage trade. Is that layout available in the cloud? It is not available in the cloud. It's my own personal layout. I could save it and share it to the cloud for you. The problem is I have some custom filters that are in some of the scans that I'm using, and my customs won't transfer over to you. So that, it won't work perfectly for you. There's also symbol lists attached to some stuff. Let me see. Can I change some stuff around here? Yeah, well, let me see what I can change around here and help you out. Give me a second here. I can make this work for you. Give me a second. Get rid of that. Search. 5 minute. Let's add that filter. Let's give that a 25. Okay. Just bear with me a moment here, folks. I'll share this out, and then anybody that does want my layout will be able to use it if they want. I got to get rid of some of these customs and the symbols lists and stuff like that. I'm just putting in substitutes for those. It's not going to really change much of anything. I just happen to build it a certain way, and I left it that way. here? Symbols list. User guide. And again, keep firing questions away for me here, folks. Okay, I think, therefore I am. I think that's going to be everything. There's a lot of stuff that'll be on this list that on this layout that is not on the screen. What's today? We got 4/3/2023, right? Today's date? No? Yes, maybe? All right, perfect. Glad we're all in agreement. Okay, there's still going to be some custom lists on there. Like my liked list is not going to transfer you to you, so you're going to have to close that. All right. This one that says 401k, it's linked to a symbols list. There's going to be nothing on that for you. You know what I mean? So just close those windows. Every other window should come through just fine for you folks, though. Those windows will load. They're not going to populate with anything, though, because that's unique to my account, and there's no way for me to share that. And also, I'm not going to share those. So that's that. So anyways, there you have it, sports fans. That's my entire layout if someone wants it. So on the off chance that I've made any changes to my races recently, I don't think I have in the last 4 or 5 weeks anyways. That layout will now contain my most updated races here. I don't think I've changed anything in these in months, but if I have, now you've got it. Okay, Jorge, is it possible to zoom in and out the axis of the chart? The only zooming you could do on the chart is click on the chart, hold Control, and scroll your mouse wheel up and down. That's it. That's all the changing we can do, or you can do, or anyone else can do. For Jorge, how do I add or see the new anchored VWAP? For that channel and the auto drawing from the alerts that come out of that channel, it's an add-on, completely different from any other subscription. You'd have to subscribe to that. Outside of that, anybody has the ability to click on the little pencil here, and you could click the anchor, and you could put an anchored VWAP on any chart you're looking at, and it'll add it like that. Those are the two anchored VWAP options currently. Either the add-on that auto draws it from the alerts that come in, or you can, anchor from any point that you want on the chart like that. Those are your two anchored VWAP options. That covers Jorge. We got Paul. Is it possible to zoom in and out the axis on the chart? How do I see? Okay, yeah, I think I circled back on that there, Jorge, for you. Let me know if you're good there. And that all made sense to you. Perfect. Alrighty. What else do we have going on around the horn? Excuse me, pollen's starting to get my throat a little bit. SOUN, you were high flyer recently. Kind of, sort of, not really. I think this is some AI jive. Skeptical on a lot of that stuff. Someone brought up DWAC before. There it is, still fussing around that $15 level there. And we'll see what happens. What else? YMAB kind of still hanging around here. Gapped up, big gap up on Friday here. Ran into resistance at $6, and it's kind of messing around at this level here. Decent liquidity, 1.8 million shares traded, still doing about 5 times what it's normally doing to this point in the day for volume. So, I had a price alert here. I did not trade it, did not take it, about 20 cents up above that price alert. We'll reset that price alert up here. what it does from there, only time will tell. USEG, this is among those energy plays, going to be probably those lower flow energy plays that were running through here earlier. I'm not even sure what the other ones were this morning. I think this is just about had it. It's, under VWAP. It's curled under an 815 EMA. This thing looks to be under pressure. And this is true to what it's done in the past. These topping shadows in the past. This isn't, I guess, is anything to be taken seriously as far as the chart goes anyways. Perhaps, some fundamental underlying stuff there, and bless your soul if you do, and how you want to trade that. As far as the chart goes, that's a wrap for me on the day. I'm not going to delete the price alert, but I think the odds of us getting back up to that level are highly unlikely at this point. Are you breakout trader or supports trader? Neither. Support is subjective. Am I trading support on an intraday level? Am I trading support on a daily level? Where are those supports? I don't catch falling knives. I don't buy stocks in downtrends. That becomes kind of subjective. What's a downtrend and what's support? To me, this is a downtrend here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candles in a row down on a 15-minute chart. That's not buying support to me right there. Someone could argue this too. Look, you could buy support at, the opening price today, right? I wouldn't, that's not support for me. Now, had this thing found support maybe up here at 245, it tested back here and it was finding support, at that I might have argued a support and not a downtrend. That's a downtrend, not support. Beauty's in the eye of the chart holder. Someone else could say, Chris, you're a fool. That's absolutely support. Why wouldn't you trade that support? And I would say that is absolutely your right and prerogative to think that's support, and you're welcome to call me a fool if you want. I'll trade my money the way I see fit. You trade your money the way you see fit. For me, that's a downtrend, not support. And this very well may find support here and move up. That's fine. I'm not saying it won't. I'm just saying it's going to do it without me. That's all. So, to kind of roundabout way answer that question here as far as that goes there, relax. We're going to go with just relax and shorten up that name for me and my voice. So that's what I would ask yourself. What do you consider support? And what are you, I will trade either, pullback to support or a breakout. I'll trade them both. But again, what I consider a pullback to support, I think a breakout is kind of a breakout. I don't think there's a lot of room to split hairs on a breakout. There's a lot of room to split hairs on a pullback. On a 5-minute chart, this looks even uglier as far as I'm concerned, as far as a pullback to support. So again, beauty in the eye of the support holder, chart holder, support holder, whatever you want to call it there. Whoop. I just had a big breakout on position I'm in. Whoop, 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 whoop. Sorry, so I'd already sold a bunch from a price earlier and then scaled back into it. So sorry, I've got some INDO here. And just breaking out a little bit here. In fact, I think that may be a wrap for me on the day today. Let's see. I don't know. I'm going to let it ride for the moment, but move some things up and around here. All right, anyways, SOUN. Yeah, I've got a price alert there set there. I just, one of those ones here that just so much. There's so much going on in these charts. $3 is going to be an issue, and then also is $3.40 going to be an issue? And I don't know. Let's see. There's definitely enough volume to keep me interested in this, though. Around that $3 number, there's up here's the $3 number, and down here's that volume. There's definitely enough interest. Plenty of liquidity, plenty of volume. Gonna keep my eye on it. Not taking my eye off of that ball. And again, I think, I see that Peter, Mike C, and Talk Candlesticks all just put some things in. I'm going to get to those right now. But scrolling up past there, if there's something I've missed, let me know, please. Never want to ignore anything that anybody has put in there. All right. Thoughts on new AV WAP feature will take some time to work perfect. If you trade that way, I'm sure it's fantastic. If I'm being honest, I just really haven't looked at it. So I really have no comments on the new AVWAP feature. Things that I could comment on is, Brian Shannon's been doing this forever. There's probably few, if anybody, that's more respected in the technical analysis space than Brian. When he speaks, I certainly listen. Doesn't mean everything he does is for me. I would like to start to add a little bit more of what he's doing into my swing trading, but I'm going to test and do a lot of that through mock portfolios for a little bit and see how that all works. Kind of taking his strategies and ideas and then adding some of my own thoughts and flavor to it. But Brian's a class act. That's all I could say. So I'm going to pay attention to it. Will everything that comes through that window be for me? Absolutely not. But I'm going to test it and make my own way through it and how it does and does not help as far as that all goes. So that's my 2 cents there, Peter. If you have specific questions on any of it, happy to go over any of it. Of course, there's a scan or you know what I mean. Bit of room on that daily chart, Mike. See if it could pop through that $3 number. I think there's some room up to that 340 level. That's kind of what I see. 330, 340, we could split hairs. But on a $3 stock, a 30-cent move, it's a pretty hefty move. So that's what I would consider there. Talk candlesticks. What are the differences between your relative strength at the open? So a couple of differences here. This one is using Bollinger Bands in it. I do not use Bollinger Bands in my charts. I'm not saying I never will. But to this exact moment in my trading career, I never have. I just wanted to find a different way to get some momentum and strength from the open. So I decided to put a 5-minute Bollinger Band in here. So if I go to the configure of this chart, of this race, and I go to the advanced, the underlying top list that's finding the stocks, that's what you'll find here. Let me get rid of these drawings. I apologize. There we go. So this is looking at, stocks between $2 and $30, trade at least 400,000 shares on the day. And it's got to be 85% above the lower Bollinger Band. And in the spirit of John Bollinger, he created Bollinger Bands as a break of the top band is momentum up, break of the lower band is momentum down. That's oversimplifying everything, but that's the short and skinny of what John Bollinger had done with these. And then I just threw in, this 5-minute volume here is just to say, I want to make sure I'm getting stocks that traded or are currently trading on the day, that they're not, they didn't trade 20,000 shares and then don't trade for 30 minutes and trade another 50,000 shares and then don't trade for another 15 minutes. I want active stocks. I don't want stocks that are trading in blocks. And so that's why I put that in there. And then, in here, we're sorting from the change from open on that. And that's how it's racing in an ascending order, so on and so forth. So it's the short and skinny of that top race here, the bottom race. Get to that, open that, and in here I am not using Bollinger Bands. All I said is find me stocks between $8 and $30 that trade at least 550,000 shares on the day. Use the same 5-minute volume metric. Use the same change from the open metric. That's it. Just a little different flavor on the price and all that. And that's really the differences right there. The rest of the short and skinny behind them is the same, more than less. So hopefully that helps there. Talk candlesticks. Let me know if you have. You have anything else? Bill, speaking of support, great support from Chris this morning, walking through personally. My pleasure to help you with Bill. My takeaway from that, Bill, also is just the only thing that I can figure that happened is because I saw some exceptions happen yesterday, but those were later in the day at that 7:36 time, 7:36 in the evening time, that perhaps somehow that exception stopped the file from saving locally when you exited. That didn't save those changes. That's really the only thing that I can figure, because when you save anything locally, and just for anybody here to give some background, Bill was working on some stuff and had marked up a bunch of charts. When he exited the program, he clicked yes to save it, and it didn't look like it saved for him. And I can't deduce what happened. But then today, when he did some things and then saved it, they all saved. So, what went on exactly yesterday that created the issue for that save, I can't pinpoint it exactly. There's no way for me, unfortunately, to dive into the system because it's a local save, not it wasn't a cloud save. But for anybody that's wondering, if you do a bunch of work on your charts, you put some horizontal lines and some chart annotations and things like that, and you want that stuff saved, go to File, Save Layout. And what it's going to show here is whatever the last layout that you loaded will be here. So if you want it saved in a different layout that you have saved, make sure you click on that layout. See how it's changing down here as I click on those layouts, right? And it'll save it as a local file to that layout. Now, this default underscore layout.lti in all capital letters, that is the layout that loads every single time you start trade ideas. And that's your default layout, not to be confused with anything you save to the cloud. Things you save to the cloud, they don't always or won't always save annotations and things like that you did on the chart. So anything you do on your charts, please make sure to save it to the layout you want it saved. If you want it to your start out layout, the one that you're running regularly, that's going to be this one here. You can see I've got an evening scan layout. I've got had a doc layout. That was when I was, experimenting with docs. When I've experimented with my default layout and I'm not sure if I want to save it, I call it new default layout. And you can see it's and the timestamps and things like that here. So, hopefully that all makes sense. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully that doesn't happen to you again, Bill. And just make sure before you exit the program, when you exit the program, it's going to try to save to whatever you last loaded. So for example, if I go File, Load Layout, and then I load evening scan layout, all right? And then when I go and I exit TI, if I click exit TI and I was on my evening scan layout and I click yes, it's going to save whatever I did to that time, to that layout specific, not the default layout anymore, right? If I wanted to save to that default layout, that's where I have to save it to manually, not on the exit. The last thing I want to note for anybody is if you're ever working on something and something gets all screwy and you want to go back in time when you were looking, go to File, Load Layout, and in your backup folder, all right, you're going to stop that. There we go. You're going to see some local save backups. They just, automatically do it, and that's it. And here they are. I think it's like every hour or something like that. And you'll see the timestamps on them here. And this will bring you back to that layout and timestamp there. So it's a way to go back in time on things that you were working on. Does it go back forever? No. Limitations and things of that, between us and Microsoft and OneDrive and all those things like that. So hopefully that, that all helps, that all makes sense, and, dive into a support situation that was going on today with Bill. And if any of you ever run across it or you run across it in the future, maybe that'll help alleviate some of that for you and help you out there. Okay, let's see. VNet, I see VNet coming on my scans quite a bit recently. I just, can't get behind that one, maybe today, but this is what I'm looking at here. $4. $4 is a bear. And then, you got the 415 here. Same thing. So if it could get through that 415 right there, get above 420 maybe, and a little conviction, a little volume behind it, then you're looking at that 460 and then maybe $5, something like that. Here's where I hesitate, declining volume, sitting here, 8 EMA on the 15s now across the VWAP. But you know what? What the heck? I'm going to throw a price alert up here at 415. You never know. You never know, right? And let's see what happens there. I'm going to throw that up there. And then coming back to, earlier on, Paul talking about exits and entries and things like that. As a trader, I'm setting a 415 price alert. Does that mean that's going to be my entry? Absolutely not. Could it possibly be my entry? Maybe. I might look for a little more conviction, and I'm going to want to see volume behind that. And if it breaks 415 and there all of a sudden is some increasing volume behind it, I'm more likely to get into the trade then. So that handles some if-thans for my entry. But what about my exit? Well, personally, for my exit, this $4 number doesn't look too shabby for an exit, maybe a 15 to 20 cent stop, depending on how I'm share sizing and things like that on that there. So, that's kind of where I'm looking at as on a possible exit. Now, let's just say for a second, What if this thing gets up around 410 and then we get a couple of closes up above 410 for that? Let's say 3, 2, 3 15-minute candles close and it never really gets below 409, 410. I might be more inclined to have a tighter stop then, because a fail of that number might indicate a faster whoosh and a loss, and pound down to $4. These are just some scenarios that I'm thinking about as a trader personally, how I'd manage some intraday stuff myself. Other people could look at it and say, I kind of agree those numbers, but I might change it, so on and so forth. I may completely disagree with those numbers, someone might say. And again, that is what makes us all individuals. So, just trying to throw in, adding some software or some trader talk to some software talk to help people kind of define and look at things and how and why would someone do something. Well, there's my hows and whys, what I'm personally thinking. And, hopefully you can take that and again, make it your own, essentially. So as the saying goes, there you have it, sports fans. What else do we have going on here? So I've set those price alerts. I don't know. Is there anything else? So SOUN, okay, struggling, can't get through that level right there. Oh, each USA, that was another one of those high flying energy, low float stocks. So again, look, is this a pullback to 280 and for some reason it found support at 280 and it's bouncing? Maybe. I'm not going to be playing that. I would play it if it gets back above 3 and we get an increase in volume coming into that back above 3. I might play that against, a 3 break. 310. I might need it to break 310 with some volume, right? Not a great looking daily chart, to be honest, for a day trade, even for me. But my point being is this is where my mind is going, setting up some if-then scenarios as far as that goes on a trade set of trade setups. What else is happening? VKTX. All right, so let's win some races here. I got a price alert here on it, the high flyer from last week. So let's see, that's Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. So I guess Tuesday had this big gap up, bit of a runaway gap there. I wouldn't call that a breakaway gap. And for those that want to know, technically speaking, runaway gaps and breakaway gaps. Breakaway gap is when, you've got like kind of a trend going on and then all of a sudden you get a gap up on that trend and it runs away like that. All right. So this would be more of a breakaway gap, for what it's worth there. Is breaking away from this resistance versus running away from the trend. Anyways, so on and so forth. Obviously, $18 is a struggle right here. Looking at this intraday, interesting, price as memory. So here's something that someone might want as a range and a pullback play. I'm not going to trade this like this, but someone could say, what's this level right here? I drew that line, 1745, give or take, right? So someone might say, this line being held, obviously, it didn't quite touch here, but I think it's close enough. Same with here. We got it here. We got it through here again. It's come back, tested that line again. Someone might have said, gee, I'm going to take a bounce off of that and played into the 18. And let's say they took 200 shares just to make easy numbers. And they're going to, they took 200 shares on a buy down here on a hold of this. And maybe they want to sell 100 here. And then they're going to put the stop loss at 1775. So, trailing stop loss up above that. So they've locked in some here. And if it falls, they'll lock in more here. And, that's something that someone might do, right? Very reasonable, very logical as far as I'm concerned. I'm not doing it on a different day. I may or may not have done that also. So that's, that's that. All right. right. Sorry, just got an order fill here on INDO, so I'm out of that. Of course, it's going to break away above that price, but I'm happy with the trade that I made today on that. INDO. So, I bought some, this goes back to that pullback stuff, right? So it pulled back here and I bought it on this touch of that EMA again there. And then I sold some at 6. And then I bought half back what I had sold here again at 6. And I just sold it again at that 610. But I sold out the rest of my lot, and that's that. And someone say, why did you sell it there? What if it breaks away? And I said, I'll say, that VWAP looming above it, and we're not really increasing in volume. Said, you know what? I set a price alert. I set up an order to sell right around there. Sold that, and if it breaks away, it'll break away without me. You know what I mean? I've got some price alerts here. I'm not opposed to maybe taking a third shot into that trade today. So I'll set a price alert there, and if we get some increased volume up above this 611 level, I'm going to say, I may be interested in it again. But for right now, I'm walking away a happy camper today. So to give you some insight into my day here for trading. CKPT, a little bit of room on the daily. CKPT, not CKPOT, whatever I type, CKPT. A little bit of room on the daily chart. Read the news on the price target and sell or buy rating. So, this thing is in the dumps. Big time downtrend. Again, look up falling knife, and this would be, there's a definition. We're talking day trade stuff here. So yeah, room up to that 290 range, give or take. It's for me, it's got to get up above this it's got to really claim VWAP with some gusto, and maybe even this 258 level with some gusto for me to really be in there. But there you have it, sports fans. That's what I see there. So, sorry, just was looking at something really quick. Apologize. So that's my short and skinny there as far as that goes. So it's INDO. Gonna make me feel crappy that I closed, are you? Maybe. Anyways, it is what it is. There's another one, VTNR. This thing, again, why risk management being so important. This thing makes a big run up here and a fall down, tries to run up again and a massive gap down and sideways run for all those months. Look at all those months. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months. And then we gap up and we start to run away and gave it right up right away. And here we are back up again. So, I mean, choppy, sloppy. This is energy and refineries and things like that. And just, a lot of, as I think Barry likes when I say tomfoolery. So a lot of tomfoolery on this stock, I would say. But it certainly made it great for a great day trader, having been on the right side of it on any of these given days. And even some good swing trades off of this here. Again, tough swing trader, I would say. Good swing trader, tough swing trader. Look at these gap downs and gap ups. Big reversal, another big reversal. Very, very tough stuff here. But certainly we can see a lot of interest in this stock. I mean, look at these big volume days. They bleed into a couple days afterwards here. A lot. Yeah, Mike. So, I've incorporated quite a bit of that into my trading, and I think I have seen over the last month and a half that I've done a lot more VWAP trading around a lot of a lot of entries and exits more based on the VWAP. I've seen an improvement here on my entries for sure. I don't know about my exits. My exits are always leaving something to be desired, to say the least. But my entries have certainly been better. Some more energy stocks here. A lot of energy stuff, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Is this whole thing gonna last? Nobody really knows. You don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. TJTX. This is a pharmaceutical here. I've had my eye on and off for a while. We can see quite a move here for a few months, right? Come back down. Bit of a bear trap under $15 right there. Trying to circle back up again. Decent liquidity. Volume's doing about normal. I kind of like this one. This might be something to take a look at here. For my issue is it's a pharmaceutical, and I've done a lot of swing trading on pharmaceuticals. I just, as time goes on, I get a little more skeptical on them, and I want to be caught the wrong way on one of these. Iris, I don't have a scan for VWAP. I don't have one to share. I mean, we could build something, but what time frame do you want to build it on? Give me some metrics here, and we could build it. Let's go new, and let's go an alert window. All right. Let's go with the 5-minute high. Let's start there. I can do that part of it for us. All right. It's the VWAP. Distance from VWAP. Let's add that filter. Let's look at stocks that are no more than 0.5% below. Let's look at stocks that are no more than 0.75% above. All right. What else do we want to add here? I don't know. Let's put a $5 floor on it. Let's make sure we got stocks that traded 750,000 shares on the day. Stop me if you don't like any of these. What else can we look at here? So let me look at filters. If anybody else has anything they want to add to this, let me know. You can throw a 1-minute volume in here. A 1-minute volume of 200, I guess. Why not? I don't know. Let's go with there. We'll call it VWAP for Iris. And give me a second to share it out. Let's just take a look at what would have come through here today. Good amount of alerts, nothing too crazy. Nothing looking great either. Then again, the entire market faded for the day, right? Markets. What did the market do today? We're symbol linking red. Yeah, I mean, the market's done this today, so you're going to have that march up and a march down. What we're seeing for a lot of these stocks here, having come under VWAP after the alert. Let's look at some more recent alerts. What time is it? It's 12:52. So now let's look at some of these last alerts that came here around 47. So XOP. All right. So there we go. It's a recapturing VWAP. COP moving up towards VWAP. It's not terribly far from it. but we didn't, remember this is based on a percent basis. So stock, at $3 is going to look a lot different on a 0.5% below VWAP than a stock at $100. HSKA, I think that's a garbage alert. Probably a buyout or something. EWA, there it is, sitting around that. So, not great looking. Maybe some other things you could do to refine it, but here's a base anyways. Take it, and if you want to add some stuff to it, anybody here, use that as a base for scanning. There you have it, sports fans. Look at that. I hear you.
I was going to enroll you in an English language course, but you've actually said VWAP a couple of times. You started off with VWAP.
I did, and then I berated myself and said that I gotta fix this. I gotta fix this. Because when I see Brian later this month, he's gonna shoot me.
Oh yeah. So that I find it's hilarious. Anyway, I find it hilarious every time. You and Steve, and you just can't shake it.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there for sure.
And why? Because it's A as opposed to O.
Yeah.
So
I got nothing.
You got. I got nothing.
I've got no excuse.
I actually have. If Iris wants something, this is something that Michael Noss put together. Where is it? VWAP. It's a doc. Hopefully it isn't any difference. Share it. And it's a scan. It's going to show you stocks that are either from the upside or the downside moving into the VWAP. Okay. Now, so it's a scan. It doesn't mean you take it doesn't mean you take the trade. You know what I've done here? Interesting. I should almost show you. I created a little GME pinch VWAP on the 5-minute, and it's working not too bad.
All right.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just share my screen just for a second, okay? And I'll show you what I'm talking about. It's not from.
You can steal it back.
Yeah, you can steal it. Yeah.
So I'll hang around the chat all the same.
Yeah, and I'll show you what I did. Okay. Now this is an IB chart, but that's okay. It's the same principle. So look at GME on a 5-minute chart. So what I did was I drew. Oh, this is working nicely now. At the top here, I'm just going to draw a little line. So I drew right at that line there. I drew that line, that VWAP line from the top, and then down here, down here, I drew the VWAP from anchored here. So anchored at the top, anchored at the bottom, and look at this little pinch.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I took it. Now this is, this didn't quite look like this when I was in the trade, okay, because it hadn't quite broken through here. But I took this at, I think it was at 22.96. Yeah, 22.96.
Okay.
And but that's the idea of that little pinch. And that's what I'm hoping. That's on a 5-minute. And I'm hoping Michael is going to create these. He says the lowest he'll do is 15, but that's fine.
Yeah.
But that's the idea, though. It's sort of a high and a low. Create the anchor VWAP, and hey, see what happens. I'm not saying they're all going to work like this.
I was going to say, and if nothing else, you've paid for your dinner tonight.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
I see. So someone wrote when GFAI halted at 11:06. Do you have any indication? For me, no. There's no indication what direction it would go. I couldn't say what direction it was going to go after that. I don't know. Maybe Barry has something that.
Well, the only thing you can do is if you've got Interactive Brokers, or your brokerage platform should have something time and sales, and it'll show you.
You can see that stacking.
Yeah, you can sort of get an idea about if it.
But that's
if it's halted at 7.
Yeah, that's still gambling, and if you try to buy it on the open, you have no idea. If you try to buy it on the open at market, you don't know where they're going to fill you.
No.
If you buy it at a limit, you don't know if you get filled at that limit, and it immediately reverses on you. So, that's the kind of stuff that I will steer clear of personally, anyways. At least on the open. That doesn't mean I'm more than happy to trade stocks that are halting. I'm just not going to trade them right out of a halt.
Well,
other than selling.
the only way I do it is if, let's say I got halted at 7, and then maybe the opening print was 670 or 6,
Right.
yeah, 670 or 660, and then it popped over 7 again.
Yes.
That's the only time I will, and it would happen pretty rapidly, probably. That's the only time I will take something like that
Yep.
and just see. But it's highly risky.
Yes,
It's so
exactly.
highly risky. So
Not for me, generally
yeah.
speaking.
But the only way you can tell a direction, yeah, I mean, with interactive brokers or time and sales, usually have, as Chris said, the stacking. So if it's halted at 7, you could see the potential open within 5 minutes. If it's a 5-minute halt, sometimes you'll see, oh man, it looks like it's going to open at 740 or
Right.
750. But it doesn't mean if it does that you just pile into the trade, because you don't know what direction it's going to go from there.
Yep, exactly.
Very risky. Very risky.
So
I mean, I think the reason why, of course, people want to look at something like that is because, yeah, but look, it went from $7 up to 18. Okay,
yeah.
I want that. We all do, But I mean, it's now. I mean, and actually, it's too bad because I was watching to see how well it was holding the VWAP at
Mm-hmm.
1369, and look, it held it really, really well,
Yep,
and now it
sure
is
did.
surging again.
It sure is. But I'd say, looking at that 15-minute chart, that, do you want it to the top of that candle, that first red 15-minute candle at around 1615, or is the top of that shadow at 1670 something?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you want to play off that resistance currently now that it may or may not be able to blast through? So
Yeah.
and now, on that 15-minute candle, it's made an over $2 move at this point. So, how much are you willing to, this is just my thought process anyways. How much are you willing to risk, and
Well,
knowing
it's a
how
matter.
fast this thing can pull the rug on you?
Fewer shares, wider stops.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's the only way you can
exactly.
do it. Otherwise,
Yes.
if you put a stop in and it's tight, you'll get stopped out
Yes.
probably 9 times out of 10.
Yep, exactly. So, and I continue to watch this INDO. It's fighting at the VWAP there, and if it could get above that VWAP, maybe takes a shot at that 650 level from earlier, that topping shadow on the second 15-minute red candle. I've been in and out of it a few times today when it touched the second touch, the bottoming shadow on the 15-minute chart that violated the 815 EMA. I got in it there and then sold some on that next break of 6. I sold some, and then when it held that level, I actually bought half of what I sold back, and then sold it when it got back around 610. Sold all of it. So I'm kind of
so nice. You've been able to do some trading today.
Yes, I believe it or not, I did, and it has not. It has been as busy of a day as I've had, but I'm like, I'm just going to force it today. I don't care.
Right. Okay.
Win, lose, or draw, I'm trading today.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it's a win.
One stock, a few ins and outs, and a win. So we'll see what the rest of the day holds for us here.
Okay. Well, I'm going to continue to watch GME to see how much further it can go down. This has been a nice little pinch play. If we can get things like that drawn up, yeah, I mean that'd be pretty awesome.
Don't worry, I won't tell the apes that you shorted it.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Well, it's just funny. I know you don't probably have it up, but it's actually an AI play too.
Oh, no, I have the AI up. I had no idea that.
Yeah,
I leave the AI up,
but
I
never
look at it. Yeah,
not as a short.
Nope, it's 70 cents below the entry as a long right now. So,
yeah,
anyways,
exactly.
It is.
Okay, my friend.
What it is.
I will. I'll let you go.
Alrighty.
Thank you for your Monday.
Thank you for all you do every day, and I'll see you in Slack. Take care, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Adios.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. My music going, so I'm back in. Unmute. There we go. So I'm back in everything. Let me get rid of the announcement. So for those of you who were couldn't hear me, I was talking to Chris and I was talking about GME, and I'm in the short of GME. And why am I? Well, now it doesn't look the same now. So the thing, because as you know, the anchored VWAP moves and all that, but there was a pinch play. It's hard to show it. I have to show it on another charting platform. Yeah, I'm going to have to get rid of some of these. Give me a moment. So what I did was I drew an anchored VWAP at the top here. Okay, right at the top here. I drew one at the bottom here, and you can see these lines. Now they were further apart. They're almost together now. Those lines, that's the lower anchored VWAP. That's the top one, and it turned and it was a pinch. And again, they weren't quite. I mean, they're almost joined right now, and I ended up taking that short at 22.96. And we'll see what happens. I mean, this is this fantasy level down here on 22.70 at the lower end. But that's how I was putting two anchors in on a pinch. And one of the things that Michael Noss is going to do, he is going to add an intraday pinch play. I don't know if it'll be in a 5 minute. I think he said 15 and 30 minutes, which is fine. So an intraday pinch play, which where he'll have to use the math to find like a high and a low and have it automatically drawn. But I don't think it's not just the high of the day and the low of the day. That would be too easy, and it wouldn't make that much sense. Yeah, Trader. Unfortunately, on our charts, they don't yet. Now, what I would do is send something to support at trade-ideas.com and say, hey, when will the VWAP lines, remain? That's why I was showing you, a TradingView chart, and of course they do remain. The developers have to fix it, not fix it. It's not a bug, but they have to make it so that when you draw, your VWAP lines on a chart, just because you get off the chart and you come back to it, they're not there anymore. So obviously a royal pain. Now, one of the things is, of course, is that when I mean, these lines are drawn automatically. So these lines are drawn automatically on the daily chart. So yes, when I leave, unless I wanted to see WISA all the time, maybe a thumbnail or something, then I'd have to manually save that. But when I come back to it, they're there. They're always going to be there. Every time you click on from here, you'll always see them. They're just automatically drawn. But I do understand what you mean. All right, guys, let's see. This Ion Q was so active last week. Let's take a look at what it's doing now. Ion Q, yeah, had the big day on Friday, but it was a sell-off too. I mean, it got up to what, 679, and it closed down here at 650. That's a pretty decent sell-off. So to me, it looks weaker, with the market, maybe trading with the market somewhat, but in fact, look at it. It is trading with the market. It's almost trading with the market exactly. Wow. Look at here, 3 red candles, 3 red candles, 3 green candles, 3 green candles, and now some red candles. So this is following the market. Other financial vehicles, so it's all to do with. And also, let's take a look at Just getting the sectors up. So, I was pointing out earlier that, I mean, XLE, this looks pretty good still, right? 90%, but that's from the close of Friday, and what's happened, of course, since then is that most of these stocks are still above the close, but they've been drifting down from the open. I just wanted to check financials to see what was happening. And yeah, so I mean, financials have been all over the place. I mean, we had a nice pop, and then just like the market, three red candles, and a move up. The difference right now, though, regarding financials, is that the SPY, the overall markets, had almost an hour down, and financials have been kind of holding. XLF is kind of holding. And there's the VWAP, 3217. It's just flatlining is TRMD. TRMD. It's flatlining now for about an hour and a half. Yeah, look at this. So this, I don't believe this is just going to stay here for the rest of the day, TRMD. So this was the on again, off again financing. Well, this guy is kind of hedging his bets. I mean, this is probably the reason. This is Whitney Tilson talking about GME. This was last week, I think, when he talked about it, taking it off his dirty dozen list. Okay, which I think. Let's take a look at GME. I think that was the day that he did it. I think it was that. No, that was earnings. That was earnings. Okay, so he took it off, but then he just says, yeah, but having said all that, I think it returns to the premium levels, which is way under the current price. So he's really trying to have it both ways, in my opinion. And factor it in a 1 for 4, that would have to get down to about $5. Current price of $5, because I think it all started around 20. Remember, and I did a 1 for 4 forward split. So all right, let's take a look at AMST. Yeah, it has. This is one I have never seen before. I know you mentioned it earlier, Rob. Yeah, it is holding. The 200-day moving average is certainly far enough away, $4. So that's far enough away. Over the VWAP, the 298 VWAP. Little bit thin. I mean, 440,000 shares. That's 2.6 times normal. But with that float, you would hope to get a lot more action. But the next high looking left is 352. Is that right? No, 326, 326, 330 or so. I don't really remember seeing this one during the AI nonsense. I don't really remember seeing it, but obviously it did have a big day, but it pulled back. I mean, it got up to 937 and closed down here at 6. Maybe I do remember it. I mean, that's a third off the high. And then after that, nothing. So guys, this is the first Monday of the month. So that is when I do attend a development meeting, only when I do attend at 2 o'clock Eastern. So I think what I'll do now is I'll do my video. All right, guys, I will do my video now. So I'll just put myself on mute, just so I'll get the announcement in. So 115, yeah, about 125. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, the IC has been real choppy today, hasn't it been? Still can't get through that VWAP. The VWAP's at 2654. Still cannot get through it. Oh, okay. Pump. Well, it's got some room. 849. A little bit of room for pump. PUMP. So are these? How's the sector doing now? Yeah, it's starting to come back. So there's XLE, guys. So, and it's through the VWAP now, 8652. So it's just barely above the VWAP. So after that sell-off for XLE, they are starting to come back a bit. And AI, yeah, AI is starting to surge again. AI high in the pre-market was way up here at 35.45, about $1 away. Not way up, I guess, but $1 away. That's a tough spread for AMST right now. Also 309, 317. For a $3 stock, that is a tough spread to commit to. Well, another AI play. Maybe they're all going to start moving now. SOUN. The next high looking left for SOUN is through 343. So it's got some room. Right? No, 310. Sorry. 310 is the next high. Ooh, nice break here. OVV, again, an energy play. Didn't really, well, it's sunk a little bit, but it has come back in a big way. OVV. Next high looking left is 4092. So there is some room for OVV. Hey guys, give me a moment. I will be back. All right, guys, I'm back. So I'm still kind of hanging tough on this GME short. I want to see how it plays out. It had a little pop up, but not enough to get me out of the trade. If you get down to 22.76, I was thinking about it, but I want to see if I can get close to that 27.70 or 22.70 level. Is it really? Okay, I don't think I had an alert for it. BFRG? I think I had a price alert for it. I thought I put one on. Oh yeah, so I've got a price alert for $4 on it. All right. But you're right, it's moving. I mean, I just thought I'm not good enough pullback player to take it down here at 320. I mean, it'd be awesome if you can do that, because that's a tremendous move percentage wise. But now it is again through the VWAP 367. So it's through the VWAP. All right. Anything happening in these races here that could be into HIMS? Didn't see HIMS for a while. HIMS. Let's take a look at HIMS to see if there's anything interesting happening. You know what? There is. Look at this daily chart. So the next high looking right is, or left, is 1056, 1066. If I can get through all that, look at the high here, 1204, 1204. So I'm sticking an alert around 1060 for HIMS. It may not happen today, but if it does, but if it happens tomorrow, look left. It's got a ton of room. Not a low float, 120 million. I don't know, nothing to do with the AI, of course. Hmm, interesting. HIMS, HIMS. Let's see if there's any news on it. So far, yeah, GFAI, so far, the VWAP has kind of held it. 1391. Yeah, like that right there, 1391 in that area. It dipped a little bit below before, but it popped right back up. AMST. Oh, good for you, Rob. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm not in it, but nice, nice spot because this, when you spotted it, it was right around the $3 level. So nicely done. Yeah, hopefully he took some off. I mean, that's a massive pop up right up to 350, but maybe not. Maybe it's not over. I mean, there's the 200 day at 401, so it still has room to that for through the 200-day moving average in theory. All right. Well, SOUN is doing its thing too. SOUN. So these AI, some of these ones that didn't really do too much early on when GFAI was running, are starting to catch up now a little bit. So SOUN, the next high is 310, and then 343 for SOUN. And again, it's a big float though, 116 million in the float. So I wouldn't anticipate that this would be super dynamic unless that float is wrong. No, it looks like that's the float, guys. Oh, wait a minute. I'm in the wrong site. Just give me a moment. No, that looks about right. I mean, actually, some sites have it a lot higher, like 141 million. So it's a big float. It's a big float to have it move like a lot more dramatically. That's why this one has the chance. The BFRG has the chance if it takes out four because of that crazy low float. Okay, going to another site, it says they have a float of 3.3 million, okay, but still it's very low. All right, look at OCUP. OCUP, next high looking left was 439. So this is broken out here. Look at this weekly chart. They just steady down. A couple of choppy. Next high looking left is 461. If it can get through 461, the next high looking left on the weekly chart for OCUP is 550. So wow, he's got some, and there goes SOUN. I mean, I may be completely wrong. It may just not care about the fact that the float is so huge. All right, for the GFAI, what I have to do is take a look at that weekly chart, because the next high is way up here at 2360. I mean, there's 17, but it got through 17 at one point today. Yeah, it got through 18 today. So I'm going to stick a price alert right around this area here, around 17, and see if it takes it out later on, GFAI, and see if I can have a late day run. Whoa, look at this one, CCRN. The next low looking left looks like it's around, wow, is that right? 2033, the next low looking left for on the weekly chart for CCRN. This has got, and it's healthcare, XLV. Take a look at XLV, the sector. So the sector's been actually, this is going to be the day, guys. This is going to be a day that it'll probably close above the 200-day moving average. So CCRN is definitely running counter to the sector. So we'll be able to add another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the major sectors now will be above the 200-day moving average. So CCRN definitely moving counter to the sector. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm just reading this saying country healthcare, but this is, well, okay, staffing, but it's not, okay, so it's not really like a bio or anything like that. After you pay for the scanners, how soon can you start using it? Really soon, Frank. I mean, I don't think there's much of a delay. Question is, I would like to know after you pay for the scanners, how soon can I start using it? As long as you fill everything out correctly, I think it's almost immediately. Filling things out correctly, meaning the exchange agreements, and and indicating whether you're a professional trader or not, things like that. But I think once you've done that, it's virtually immediately. And remember, if you do want to take out a subscription, you can use my promo code to get 15% off. Oops. Now, understand when you say how soon can I start using it? I mean, it is a software program, so there was a learning curve. But I mean, if you took one of my scans or some of the scans that you see in our toolbar, I mean, you can start using it immediately. Come on, GME, another leg down. All right, so for the CCRN, I am going to just put a price alert down here around 2176 and see if it takes that out later. I mean, this has got a lot of room underneath on the weekly chart anyway, and let's see if it continues to move down. 2296, Kiri, 2296. My entry for GME. Talked about it in the YouTube room one with Chris. Well, I was still on my break in the other rooms. Okay, so I mean, I do have trading view. The only reason is, I mean, it depends how much into the VWAP you want to get, Dan. I want, like, I'm really trying to commit to using the VWAP and all that. And so the problem with our charts is that when you draw if you're doing it manually, so if I draw the VWAP, starting here, and you'll see the purple line. Hopefully you can see a purple line is drawn. But if I leave this chart and come back to it, the line's gone. So, that's a bit of a pain. Now, if you're not into the VWAP, I mean, that, if you don't care that much about something like that, then our charts are fine. I mean, I was using our charts for years and years, but I don't really need that many indicators I mean, we do have some indicators, of course, so we do have some indicators that you can put on the chart and all. So it all depends. You might want to just try out our charts for a while. And if you're finding it's not up to snuff, then you can always look at another chart. Even your broker may have charts that you can use. Well, SOUN is not listening to me, so it is doesn't care about that float. It is just continuing to move up and up and up. AI, now that was on the way down. I saw earlier today, AIXI. I was actually looking to, yeah, when I saw all this, and yeah, AI. I wonder, yeah, AI. Boy, oh boy, I mean, any company that puts AI in their name, even if they have so little to do with AI, it almost doesn't matter. So the high looking left, this started out, I guess, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, trading as AIXI, high of $8. So about $1 to go until that high. Okay, guys, I'm out of the GME. I was hoping for a little bit more, got a little greedy, but I'm out of the GME short now. And I'm going to be in this meeting in about 10 minutes or so. Well, this OCUP, I know I just looked at it. It's got some room, guys. I mean, you're chasing it right now, unfortunately, but OCUP, and sure, it has nothing to do with AI. I mean, I know it's a pharma, but remember there was one pharma that says we're using AI to conduct our tests or something like that. I thought, okay. So low float, 19.8 million in the float for OCUP. And again, the next high looking left on the weekly is 549. So $1 away. Oh, an all day short, guys, basically an all day short for BUR. It had the one, this is what got me out of it, that little jog there, I think. But basically an all day short. I'm sorry, that's not, it was up here, 11, yeah. But up here in this area, but boy, and that wouldn't have got me out. That was just flatlining across. And look at the room underneath. I mean, there's the 200 day 872, and then here 709 from Friday's low. I mean, you tell me how they're going to collect from the Argentinian company or government or whoever they were awarded. Well, here's another one, guys. SLG. Financial vehicles, okay. So the low is 2208. Sitting at 2361 right now, just inching its way down. Where's that VWAP? 2445. So a little bit too far away. Yeah, that three is really stalling it right now. BBAI, the three is really stalling it. Okay, oops, sorry, wrong symbol, wrong symbol. Well, GFAI is still hanging tough, still hanging over the VWAP. Look at that. It's really hanging over the VWAP well. All right, guys, I think I'm going to see what's happening in this tech meeting, development meeting. So I'll put myself on mute. Not sure when I'll be back. They're not usually too long, maybe 2:30 or so. But before I go, that's a great call by Rob. But look at this AMST now, guys. I mean, that was a great call because he called it right around here. He said, watch it right around the 3 level for AMST. So that is a great call. Look at the float, 1.7 million in the float. I mean, it takes out that 200-day moving average, which is at 4. I mean, it still has room to 5. Good for you. All right, I'm on mute now. right, guys. And then we'll load it up again. Now, meanwhile, guys, you probably, and I have, oh, there it is. Shoot, that was a terrible time for my for that to happen. I was wanting to get back, well, I was actually in this one, AMST, and I took a small loss, and then I wanted to get back in as that GFAI kept running. I have left so much on the table on the GFAI. While I was in this meeting, I was just sort of getting in and out, in and out. This has, I mean, like I said before, has a chance once it took out that high of 16 to keep running. And man, but but the AMST was the other one. I actually took a loss on it, but I wanted to get back in once that GFAI popped through. I wanted to get back into this one over 4, and I've just missed it. So what was that other one? AIXI? AIXI? It doing? It's sort of sleeping a bit. Man. Meanwhile, AMST, you miserable. Yeah, I got into it right about here at that 4 level, and then I got out way before it got back down to 355. But that little red candle got me out. But I was very keen to get back in, especially when the GFAI started to run, and then that's when my system froze. Oh, GFAI, look at it, 20 now, $20 now. Crazy. There's no news. There's absolutely no news. It's just a, you know, 1.8 million, 1 million. I don't even want to call this a short squeeze. I mean, I think somebody are calling this a short squeeze. There's 4 million, or 4% float. 4% of the float is short, at least according to our data provider. No, even HIMS. Now, this has nothing to do with AI. HIMS, HIMS. HIMS. I mean, look at the room it's got now. I think I have my alert set for around 1066 or so. And that's because the next high looking left was at around 1066. Now, when you look left, 1204 is the next high. So this has to be watched tomorrow, guys. HIMS. I mean, it has to be watched today. Let's see if it can hold this level and just start running from it. It's a big float, 120 million in the float. Now, what's this one doing? VTSI. Trying to keep track of all these AI plays now. I don't think simulators, firearms, trading simulators, driving simulators. I don't know. Is it an AI play or not? Actually it's an earnings play after hour. That's right. That's right. We saw this one. I think that was on my watch list. Yeah, VTSI. Yeah, low volume. It was still very low volume. Only 300,000 shares have traded all day through the 200-day moving average. Released earnings after hours on Friday. But look at it run now. You just don't know if this is an AI play. I can read what they do, but you never know now. You just never know. Trading simulators, I don't know. Or has it been adopted as an AI play? Oh, AMST, brother. Anyway, big kudos to Rob who pointed out that AMST a long time ago when it was around $3. Baba, you're right. There was one, and I can't remember. Maybe that's the one. KRBP. There was one pharma, as I recall. I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, and they mentioned that we will use AI. I don't know if it was this one though. Yeah, I don't know if it was this one, but there was some pharma. It was okay. Well, nice to see we're back into the AI plays. Oops. All right, guys, let's see. I'm looking at another one. AMST keeps running up, running up, running up. Well, I know this showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown a lot earlier than 440, the price anyway. Look at this thing go. Wow. And now the next high looking left is 540. And then after that, I'm sorry, the next high is 504. Then the next high is 540. And then there's 557. And then the fantasy level, 935 for AMST. And then there's this BRN. What do they do? Oil and gas extraction. Okay, not AI. Speaking of AI, but look at AI itself. Okay, look at AI itself. Oh, will that 200-day sorry, the VWAP hold it 3352, 3352. So it's right on the VWAP. Oof. Now, how did the other one do that? BFRG, BFRG. I don't think it moved, did it? Big frog or what it was called, bullfrog. Yeah, so it did not move. However, it is 256. You never know. You know, with that float, with AI in the name, you never know. Holding the VWAP. Excuse me, holding the VWAP so far. That's why I have my alert set up here though at 4. I am surprised it's not doing much more just because of that float, BFRG. All right, GSIT. Just looking for anything that says AI in this business summary or in the news. Now, believe it or not, GFAI takes out 20 again. Look out. Takes out that high. Because the next high after that is around 2365. All right, guys. One last look at my homepage. What a day. Keep here running up, running up, running up. That's my sound alert for the momentum scan that I've got going. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So at the top, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription. You can take out a monthly or a yearly. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. Not please do, you must do the let's get started. It'll be 10 videos, short videos, about 30 minutes. Starts off with your installation and your first download and installation, etc. If you're new to trading, great course for you, Trading 101. If you're new to trading, take a look at that. It's free. I do a stock of the day video. Of course, that's free also. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free also. I think, let's see if it came back. I think it triggered briefly this morning. 78.40 was the trigger. Yeah, so it triggered briefly this morning. And well, let's see if it can come back. It is AKAM, and I can see exactly why. You can see the where it could go. Look at that daily chart where it could go. Education, big education section is right here, and here are my scans. So if you want my scans, here they are. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. This is the race that you see, the large cap gainers. I do have another race that I'm sharing. You can have a look at that one. Here's the 10-day daily breakdown and breakouts. Outs to the upside, down to the downside. Okay, I love this. There's the momentum scan that it's right here. That's what it kind of looks like. Well, it's only one window, okay, or one scan. I've just got this organized with the don't repeat and things like that. And also I flipped it so I get the momentums down also. And I can show you how you can do that if you want. And Halts resumes. Here are the Halts resume. So here's all the information right here. And the gap continuation or reverse, which is what I'm starting to use. I started about halfway through last week, starting to use it again. So if you do want to take out a subscription, appreciate it if you use my homepage and then click on so use the homepage link. Homepage link, and then click on my code here. And you can also, if you save my homepage, then of course you have access to all my scans anytime you want them and that big education section. And also, if you're looking for the new add-on, give me a moment. And that's the anchored VWAP, the new channel called VWAP. It is an additional $49 a month. You can take a look at the video that's there. Okay, first, you don't have to subscribe immediately if you don't, you have to understand, what the anchored VWAP is all about. You can take a look at the VWAP or at the video, and then you can make up your mind if you want to take out a subscription on it. And just so you know, this is what it looks like. But Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, a lot of you probably know of him. There are only 2 scans in it right now, but he's going to be adding future scans. That'll all be part of the cost. In other words, we're not going to up the cost every time we add a new scan. So he's got the IPO to pull back to the IPO. This is kind of the cool. This is where they found, or Steve found, AKAM. If you look at AKAM, see how it was pinching. See that, and these lines are automatically drawn. So this is how this pinch on the daily works. You have a line up here, and Michael has figured out, where he wants to anchor at the top on a swing, and there's the line moving down, and there where he wants to anchor it on the bottom, and so you've got this kind of pinch, and you can see on Friday it moved above the top line there, and that is the top anchored VWAP line. Okay, so that's where they came up. That's where Steve was using this, and that's where he came up with this. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. Actually, no, I've got till 3:20 to go, so I might as well just keep talking, or I won't put myself on mute. But if you have any questions, please ask them now before I do shut down the rooms at 3:20. Look at TGL go, Treasure Global Inc. What are they using AI to find treasures? I'm kidding, of course, but or am I? Anyway, TGL, guys, another low float, 9.7 million in the float. So what we're finding now is we're seeing, of course, a lot of these low float ones are really, really ripping now. And this is kind of ahead of earnings. And I'm not talking about these ones having earnings, but earnings season starts in about 2 weeks, I think. Don't yell at me, William. April 19th is when Alcoa releases. So say 16 days from now, say about, well, 3 weeks from now. And the banks will be a little bit earlier. And that's when really, the low floaters kind of die for a while, because the concentration then is on all the earnings releases. Well, I see another one of those teasing ads on TV. I can't remember what it's called. It's not Ozempic. Obviously, that was the one that really teased. There was another one. I'm wondering if it's that one, Captain K. There's another one that competes with Ozempic, and again, it's a teasing ad. Have you heard of? And it's amazing how well it worked. All right. Meanwhile, TGL, man, oh man. Okay, TGL has that look now. The next high looking left is 240. After that, way up here at 318. Sorry, the next high is 232. Starting to see they signed a letter of intent. This happened earlier. This is not just a recent release. Letter of intent to adopt whatever TAZTE is. At least it's branding rights. Okay. But that was, that was in the pre-market actually, so really had no reaction whatsoever until now. All right, doesn't look like GFAI is going to blast through 20. Famous last words, but it doesn't look like it's going to blast through 20. Note volume coming in, NOTE. Let's take a look at note from Rob. Yeah, I mean, and the next high looking left is what? Is 283. So, I mean, it's got 40 cents. And as you said, volume is coming in. And an AI play. Of course it is. There we go. So another AI play. Note. Okay. Nope, never going to happen. There are always going to be suggestions, just suggestions. I know you're kidding, but yeah, just suggestions. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I know you're just kidding, but not many shorts available at Interactive Brokers for TGL, just 9,000 right now anyway. I see it's on Zach's stopping play. Okay. Well, the interesting thing will be to see tomorrow. Will these AI plays keep going for at least another day? I mean, it basically started on Friday. I'm sorry, yeah, on Friday. You can see AI. That's the Friday big green candle, and that kind of got things rolling for the rest of them, I guess, today. Hey guys, I'll be right back. No kidding. Look at this TGL now, guys. So that was the next high looking left is 240. And what did it get to? Got up to 240. It stalled right at 240 briefly. Let's see if it takes it out. And if it does, I mean, then, I mean, goodness, the next high is 318, 318 or so. Now that the market's doing this, let's take one more last look at the change from the open. And I'll bet you that the oil stocks have rallied or the energy stocks have rallied again. Last time we looked, only 19% were above. Now look at that, 52%. So you can see how the oil stocks have rallied now, or these ones anyway in XLE, and probably a lot of energy plays have rallied. Because the last time we looked, only 19% were above the open. Now half of them are. This is what I wanted to look at, XLV. Okay, I mean, this is it, guys. I mean, through the 200-day moving average now, through the 200-day. And will it, looks like it's going to last, only 45 minutes left. So that'll probably last, and maybe it'll, build on that. Another one on the move here, guys. INCR, another one on the move. Look at these. Look at these gaps today. Look at these. I mean, this is another one that had earnings after hours on Friday. No reaction whatsoever. Here's a reaction pre-market. All right, where could AMST go? So look what it did. It got right to 503, and what are the highs here? 504. The next high is 540, but it got right to that high of 504, and that's where it stopped. If it can take out 504, then I mean, I doubt if it's going to happen today, but maybe tomorrow. Then the next highs are 540, 557, and then way up here at 935. So I'm going to stick an alert right around 525 and see if it gets close to that. Either doubt if it's going to happen today, but maybe tomorrow. If we have a follow through day on these crazy little AI plays. All right, guys. Well, definitely an exciting day. So I'll open the room tomorrow. I don't think any other questions, so I think I'll shut everything down now. So as always, thank you for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the main room, and then I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock for all the rooms, okay? So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And now I'll close down our YouTube room.